Hello, everyone. Welcome to EdTech Insights, the inaugural panel series of Teacher Tech Summit, co-hosted by AL Ventures, T4 Education, and the World Bank. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Malvika Bhagwat, and I'm a partner and head of outcomes at AL Ventures, the largest EdTech technology-focused firm globally. Today, I'm really excited for all of us to come together for these 4 panels to explore the latest and greatest technologies that are transforming education, discuss the role that educators play in co-creating edtech solutions, dive deeper into platforms that prioritize educator wellness as well as retention, and learn how we can harness tools and data to enhance student learning and outcomes. We truly have a fantastic lineup of speakers, and I want to thank all of them for making the time to share their insights with us. I also want to take a moment to thank Vikas Pota, Mike, and the entire team of T4, as well as my colleague Shreya Khemka at OWL, for all the behind the scenes work that has gone into bring all of us together to have these meaningful dialogues. With that, I want to welcome my colleague Haley Carter to introduce herself and kick us off with the first panel, Teachers Putting the Ed into EdTech. Over to you, Haley. I'm sure you're going to have a great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Malvika. Hi, everyone. I'm Haley Carter. I'm an investor at OWL Ventures and a former kindergarten teacher myself. So I'm honored to be moderating the Teachers Putting the Ed into EdTech panel. And I know all the panelists are, oh, perfect. There's Dan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Carroll, co-founder and chief product officer at Clever.
Perfect. Well, to kick off this panel, I'd love to actually have everyone introduce themselves. And so, Dan, you kicked us off great. Can you please tell us about your organization and role to set the context for this conversation?
Yeah.
And then we'll have you go next.
Yeah. Thanks, Haley. So I was an 8th grade science teacher that got pulled into an administrative role as a tech director. And as a tech director, I wanted to use lots of great software at my schools, but nothing connected to each other. Every program was a new login, a new account to set up. And so we started Clever about 11 years ago to build a platform that all EdTech could connect to make using learning tools in the classroom easy and seamless for teachers and for schools. So that's what Clever does. We work with about 75% of the schools in the US, and we're going global. So if you're outside of the US, stay tuned. We'll be coming to you soon.
Amazing. Laura, feel free to introduce yourself next.
Great. I'm Laura Glab. I work at Amira Learning. We have an AI reading tutor, so children read out loud to our tutor, and she gives them in the moment science of reading interventions to help them get better, and then provides their teachers with reports that are down to the phoneme level, so teachers know exactly what that child needs to grow as a reader, grow in their fluency, with resources to help them plan and provide better instruction so all children can become readers. At Amira, I'm really lucky. I was in education for over 10 years, and then they picked me up so that I could kind of be the bridge between educators and our product team, and really making sure that we're strategically thinking about the feedback and the ideas that come from teachers, as they're often so great and help us get better.
Wonderful. Jenny, feel free to introduce yourself.
Great. Hi, all. I'm Jenny Jordan, and I'm the executive director of TeachStart. At TeachStart, we aim to fix substitute teaching. So substitute teaching is not something I knew a ton about until I got into this space, but the average K-12 student receives a year of instruction from subs. For low-income students, it's more like 2 years during the course of their K-12 instruction. But most subs have no training. Most subs aren't diverse. Most subs have no pathway to becoming a full-time teacher. And so we're trying to fix that. We're recruiting more diverse subs. We're giving them best-in-class training. And we're giving them a debt-free pathway to becoming a full-time teacher, so that schools, instead of just spending money every year on subs to fill a gap, are actually investing in substitutes as professionals, as educators, and helping them to become full-time teachers for the next year.
Amazing. Each of you has such an incredible mission behind your organizations. And so excited to dive right into the questions. And Jenny, feel free to kick us off with this one. What are some of the roles educators play in your organization?
Yeah. So when we started TeachStart, we asked ourselves the question of really what is keeping young people and aspiring educators out of the profession. We came into this work with a deep belief that despite the teacher shortage, there actually are a lot of people who want to become teachers, who are knocking on our schoolhouse door and saying, I want to teach, but there are too many barriers in their way. And so we asked those aspiring educators, what is it that's in your way? What is it that you need to become a teacher? And the barriers were really twofold. One was financial, the other was bureaucratic. So on the financial barriers front, what we heard from people is, I need to make a living while I earn a credential. I can't take on $60K in student debt, which is the average debt that a new teacher graduates with. So we designed a solution where educators can work full-time as a substitute teacher, earn benefits, paid time off, a good salary. During that time, they get real experience in classrooms, they impact real students, and they earn their teaching credential debt-free. So that was one way that teacher voice influenced what we're designing. The second barrier we heard was just bureaucracy. It's really hard for me. I want to be a teacher, but I go online, I call the state, and I can't figure out how to navigate this process. And so we created a program where we have one-on-one coaches who are expert in navigating all of this, who work with our educators one-on-one. And by providing both that financial solution and the coaching and the support solution, we've been able to bring in educators who look more like our students and look more like the educators we need. So of the educators we've recruited, 70% are of color, 50% are first generation college, a third are immigrants or children of immigrants. And so I'm really proud that by listening to educators, by hearing their voices, we've been able to design a solution that is meeting the educators that we most need for our students where they are.
Remarkable. Laura, feel free to chime in next.
Yeah, so at Amira, we really pride ourselves on being a product that's built for teachers with teachers. So there's 3 ways that I see teachers regularly influencing Amira. So the first is current classroom teachers often join our ambassadors program. So once a month, they meet with us and we go over some of the things coming to the product and take feedback on what they think about what we're building. Does it fit the problems they're having? Is it a solution for them? And so right now, around 250 teachers across the US come every single month to learn about the new features and give us feedback. On another front, we also have people who are kind of either transitioning out of the classroom or, kind of a different place. They've been teachers for a very long time and they work as consultants and contractors to kind of look at things like our content and what do they think about the stories that we're offering, the new decodable texts. Are those meeting what they think science of reading is telling us, that kind of information, and providing a lot of feedback and, being paid on a contractor basis to really help us look at our product and make sure it's what teachers need and want. And then finally, a lot of people who either were teachers or are teachers want more kids to read, right? It's what we all want, is for kids to be able to read. And so we're really proud to employ teachers. I was a teacher before. A lot of our customer success team, the best people to have teachers understand teaching have come from the classroom. And so those are the 3 ways that I think there's a lot of teacher voice and opportunity at Amira.
Remarkable. Dan, any comment?
Yeah, I think that so it looks a lot at Clever like it does at Amira, where Clever was started, by teachers. I was a classroom educator. We work with teachers who beta test our product, give us feedback, bring us into their classroom for observations. And then, of course, our purpose is to make teachers' lives easier. And so we always keep teachers and students, the classroom, at the center of what we do. We also have a lot of former educators of all sorts at our company, including our current CEO, Trish, who started her career as a classroom teacher. So we think that, of course, lots of great people can make contributions to education who haven't spent time in the classroom, but there is something special about folks who have, walked the walk and been in the classroom and can bring that perspective to bear on how we build our product.
I appreciate each of your intentionalities to really bring in educator perspectives and input into each of your companies. And I think each of you started touching on this, but how does your organization actually incorporate educator perspective and input? And it's obviously, I'll touch on this if there are any more specific details here. And Laura, feel free to kick off.
Yeah, so I think our most intentional methodology for this is having this ambassador program. So again, any teacher can sign up. We also send them a gift card for their time so that they know that they're, not just volunteering, but like we value them, and they get to come and it's a safe space with me. Like I'm going through everything in our product, showing them, we have bringing recordings and like, what do you think? What would you change here? And like really and truly, they get to have a voice and say, this isn't working, or this looks a lot better like this. And sometimes it's as simple as what color something should be, or as intricate as the avatar that is in front of children today is very different than our original avatar. And it was designed by teachers. There's a long debate about whether or not she could wear jeans. And so it's really great. We have these amazing partners and it just continues to grow. Our first meeting had about 10 people. We're now up to about 250. And we're launching very specific ones in New York and Chicago because we just have so many teachers who want to join that we need space for everybody.
I love it. Dan?
Yeah, I would just add one fun thing we do is there's a little comment box in our product, and teachers at any point can just leave us a note about what's working or what's not working, and those notes get piped right into our Slack feed. And I can tell you personally, I've read every single one of those notes that teachers write to us, and it might be in some days just a few, and some days tens or dozens. But I think having that direct line to teachers, making sure that their voice is heard, by everybody at the company. It's one of our most popular Slack channels. I think it's a critical part of just keeping us honest and making sure we're always listening to the classroom.
Incredible. And Jenny, any thoughts here?
Yeah, I would just build on what Dan said of having that direct touch point to our educators. And so for us, that means actually spending time in our educators' classrooms, spending time with our principals and really understanding what's working and what's not. I think there's no substitute for that actual face time in schools. And really hearing from them about what the challenges are. So for us, one example is we started hearing from our educators that doing their coursework for their credential was really hard to do that alongside of working full-time as a substitute teacher. And so now we carve out time each month where they're paid full-time during the school week to actually just do their training and their coursework. So it's just an example of where spending that time with them, getting that face time helped us to surface this challenge that was a barrier for working adults to getting their teaching credential in this model that we have.
Incredible examples all around, from chatbox to genes and kind of just shifting teacher training. And what do organizations with no teacher perspective risk to fundamentally lose when building and scaling their product or service? And Dan, feel free to kick us off here.
Oh gosh, I always like to focus on the positive and not the negative, but I have seen some pretty colossal blunders when folks who haven't really spent that time understanding the life of a teacher try to build products to solve their problems. I could probably talk about this for a very long time, but I think some of the big things I see is, first, sometimes people solve problems that aren't real problems. The thing, when we're not in a classroom, we might imagine that teachers want things or need things that aren't really what they want or need. And so I've seen a lot of tools that, respond to an imaginary need, but that isn't a real one. And then second is we often miss the constraints that teachers are operating under. I know it was common for a while to have tools, or I've seen some tools that assume a teacher is just sitting at their desk all day, like maybe some of us who are outside of the classroom, who can Slack or respond to messages. But teachers aren't like that. They're not sitting at a desk. They're moving around. They're walking around their classroom. They're engaging with students, having one-on-one conversations. And so if you're building a tool that expects teachers to be sitting at a keyboard, for 8 hours during the day, you are just going to miss the mark, because that is not what their life is like. So those are just a couple of examples, but I think if there's lots of ways to, like we've been talking about, to get that educator perspective. There's not just one way to do it, but it is so essential if you want teachers to be a stakeholder or user or someone to benefit from your product.
Incredible response. Jenny?
Yeah, I think the main risk, if you don't involve teachers, is that you'll design a solution that doesn't work for teachers. And so for us, we're trying to create a pathway into teaching for aspiring educators who would otherwise be blocked out. Educators of color and educators from low-income backgrounds for whom we know it's simply too hard to become a teacher. So the only way that we'll design a solution that works for them is by engaging them and hearing their voices. There's already a lot of ways to become a teacher, of course. Those pathways don't work for those educators that we most need in our schools. And so for us, it's about going to those educators, hearing their voices, understanding what they need, so we can then design a solution for them to enter the classroom.
Laura, any thoughts?
Well, I think the question is meant about like the business concern, but I also think there's an even more serious detriment, which is that you'll hurt children and teachers and classrooms by not engaging them. And the example I always use, my entire career has been in education. My husband's entire career has been in finance. He has no teaching background, but every year when I was in the classroom, he would volunteer in my classroom for Valentine's Day. That was my gift. It was a lot like having another kindergartner in the room with me. I was constantly like, not that glue, we don't segment words like that. That's not how we read. I remember a kindergartner yelling at me, "Hey, Miss Clapp, it's his first day," because I had tried to stop him 1,000 times. But the real gift came in the weeks afterwards when we would go to drinks and to dinner. And my husband would relay this story of this incredible day and how crazy it was. And he would not believe the parent came and the principal did this and Laura does that and all of these things. It was just amazing to him because it was nowhere near what he expected. And even though he did it every year the day was different. Every year it was remarkable to him. And I think this really illustrates what happens when ed tech companies try to do it without teachers. They're very smart, just like my husband, incredibly well-intentioned, just like my husband. But it's kind of like a Tasmanian devil. They run in with all of these ideas, absolutely no understanding. And then they leave and tell everyone the fabulous stories about how crazy it is in schools. And I'm left with 30 kids who still need to know how to read. And so I think, that really is the detriment, more than not being able to scale your product or you failing, is that you're going to hurt kids in schools if you don't bring teachers into the conversation.
That's such an important conversation. And I know there are a lot of teachers in the audience, a lot of teachers on stage as well. And it's remarkable to see where everyone is coming from. If there are pain points, obviously top of mind for you in the classroom, feel free to kind of comment here. It's definitely very important to have EdTech tools solve the actual pain points. So we really appreciate those insights. And I guess, Dan, you can kick us off. Next question. What are some of the ways in which organizations can further involve educators?
Yeah, that's such a great question, Haley. And I just want to pause to say what an honor and privilege it is to be speaking to such a global audience. I'm seeing folks pop up from South Africa, from Egypt, from Nigeria. It's incredible. And, I hope that some of the insights I have from my perspective, which is so limited to the United States, might be helpful and useful for this global audience. Serbia, wow. So how can organizations involve educators more deeply? I think a great place to start is and Jenny mentioned this, is to physically go where the teachers are. You can learn a lot from Zooms or phone calls or surveys or Slack messages, but for any new employee at Clever who hasn't been an educator, who hasn't spent time in the classroom, the first thing I always tell them is to just go to a school and spend a day just sitting quietly in the back of a teacher's classroom. And if you just sit, it's exactly like the Valentine's Day visit that we were just hearing about. If you just sit and just observe, what is the teacher doing? What are the students doing? When do they get to go to the bathroom, if ever? How much time do they have to eat lunch? Where are they moving their body? Where are they spending their time? That's a great place to start in terms of building empathy and also in building trust. Because if you spend a day watching a teacher teach, you will have so much understanding for them, and that person is going to become your friend and probably someone you can text and ask questions of, for the rest of your career. So that's my recommendation as a great place to start, is with classroom observations.
Super helpful. Jenny?
Yeah, I would echo that. And I think it's crucial that this time with teachers, whether it's classroom observations or one-on-one coffee chats or the sort of feedback that Laura's talking about, is built into the formal operating rhythms of your company. I think it's very easy to aspire to do those things and very hard to actually do in reality. And so I think we as leaders of these organizations need to take seriously the obligation to do that, which means that it's a formal part of our work, that we treat it with the same sort of responsibility that we do our product launch roadmap or funding conversations or whatever else it is, that it's really built into our day-to-day, and the expectations for ourselves as leaders all the way through the organization are clear, that we're spending time with educators.
Remarkable, Laura. And then I see a wonderful audience question, so we'll get to that next.
I think just to echo what Jenny said is never think that you've learned enough from teachers, right? Their job is constantly changing. The products are constantly changing. There's always an opportunity to go learn something more. Dan was saying that they're going internationally. We're in 15 different countries, and every country has their own little thing. Every district has their own little thing. Every teacher has their own little thing. And so it's just important to always look for those voices, always keep trying to find new ways into the classroom and make sure you're kind of re-engaging. So.
Amazing. And we have an audience question from Nishita Kumar, kind of just touching on, the audience is from all around the world. And it sounds like, of course, there are some countries where teacher feedback, countries are less open about it. And so any thoughts on what should be done in this scenario?
I can hop in. I think, for us, building one-on-one relationships with our educators is crucial. And so, of course, that'll vary by context, but I can imagine that in most contexts, having that one-on-one relationship, having that trust will open the door to more honest feedback. And so I would say deeper relationships, fewer relationships, rather than going broad, maybe the approach.
A really good approach. Any other thoughts, Dan or Laura? And no worries if not, we have another great question on the screen.
I would just add that in addition to hearing teachers' feedback, you can also observe what they do. So I think it's amazingly and critical important to talk to teachers, but also look at your product's analytics. What are teachers actually doing with your product? That can be a great balance as well, because one of the things I've noticed with the teachers I speak to is teachers are always so nice, sometimes too nice. And sometimes you can show them a product that they might know is not going to work. It's actually kind of garbage, but they're so kind and so encouraging, you might not actually hear that criticism. And so sometimes you have to actually, give it to folks and let them try it and see, oh, even though they had access to this product, they didn't use it for a month. And that might be another really important signal that you can get, even for folks who may be a little less vocal on their feedback.
Super helpful. And another question on the screen here, really love the audience engagement. Please keep sharing questions. So Jim Flanagan asked, how can we help teachers pursue blended, self-paced, competency-based models that can improve their productivity and impact? And Laura, feel free to kick us off if you have any thoughts here.
I mean, it's the best question right now. If you're following all the stuff happening with AI, like what we have developed is so much more individualized than it's ever been. A lot of time, what we talk about at Amira is like, this is the third generation of ed tech, and that, previously we were saying things were individualized, but really it was like that pathway or that pathway. Now we're actively listening to a child actually read. They're not clicking, they're reading, and offering the right intervention out of 60 options based on what like the data shows us would be best for that child. It's totally different than anything before. So I think really it's about being informed and involved in what's out there. And then also thinking about what is the problem you're trying to solve for this child? Like, why do they need this kind of practice? What part of their day would be better in a different model or a blended model? And really thinking about them either individually or as a class that you have of like, what's the problem? And then what's the product, or what are the things that you want to implement that match that problem? Not just like throw things at the wall because your district told you to, but because this is solving the problem I need to solve and they need help with. So those would be my kind of things. So great timing though. There's so much cool stuff happening. If you haven't seen some of the stuff that's been released recently, look into it. It's cool.
Wonderful. Dan, Jenny, any thoughts here? Jenny, feel free to kick it off if so.
I'm happy to have Dan jump in.
Okay.
Oh, I would just say, I think that to start, it's help teachers understand the benefit of the model. I don't think teachers wake up in the morning and go to school thinking, how do I, change the model of my pedagogy, right? But I think teachers are deeply aware of the limitations of traditional models and how oftentimes students who aren't kind of in the middle of the class get left behind. And so I think starting with connecting any change to the benefit it's going to have for the teacher and how it might address a problem they have in their day is the right place to start. And I think the second thing to think about is, as a teacher, especially this year and last year, like my capacity for change and my capacity for transformation is probably limited, right? Every teacher I know is overworked, overwhelmed, stressed, struggling to keep his or her head above water because of all the challenges, student mental health and, just everything facing schools today, low staff. And so just thinking about how can you take a big change and change it into small pieces that can be digestible and adaptable, and something that is a quick hit that they could try in their classroom tomorrow without a lot of practice. Because I think that those kinds of changes are the ones that the teachers I know have an appetite for. I don't think that they're in a place right now to go and completely flip their classroom around overnight.
Wonderful points all around. Another really interesting audience question from Dustin. So it's kind of the saying goes, he says that teachers are the backbone of all other professions. And what is your opinion on the level of importance of teachers in a society when we still have countries where teachers are struggling to, for example, pay for basic needs? And I think this is a struggle and a challenge really around the world. And so I know we have two former educators here as well. If either of you would like to chime in, or Jenny, feel free to address this.
Yeah, I mean, we created Teach Start exactly to solve this problem. Our belief, like yours here, is that teachers are doing incredible work and that we can't ask them to do that, particularly those who are coming from low income backgrounds, if it's not financially sustainable. So that's why we set out to create a solution for people to become educators without incurring crushing debt, where they could earn a real salary with benefits and paid time off while they're learning to become a teacher. So fully agree with the premise here, and that's really what we're about. And it's allowed us to do things like recruit a third of our folks are parents, people who need to be earning a real salary while they become teachers. And I think it comes back to this piece of listening to our educators, understanding from our educators what they need, and then designing solutions that actually work for them, and finding innovative ways to help people enter the profession and stay in the profession to solve this problem that you're pointing out.
Such an important mission. Laura, Dan, any thoughts on kind of just the importance of supporting educators who really are the backbone of our society and kind of just culturals? Yeah, Dan, I feel like you have some thoughts.
I mean, we all know that educating our children is one of the most important jobs we have as a society. That's a cross-cultural, shared value. I don't know of a single culture that doesn't value children and value helping them learn and grow. And it just shocks and pains me that we know the importance of that job, and we don't give the people who fulfill that job, the dignity of a living wage, of reasonable working conditions, of the ability to have the resources to focus on that incredibly important role. And I don't have any solutions other than, I think this is a governmental change and a societal change where we need to, tell our leaders that they need to support teachers, and we need to allocate our resources to helping teachers do the job that they have, because it is such a critical one for the future of our societies, for the future of the world. So my heart breaks for the teachers who are, working multiple jobs, or, not able to support their family at home because of the lack of resources they're getting in their job.
Laura, any thoughts before we head to the next question? And no worries if not, of course.
The only thing I would add is that, Justin, I think you're in it. Like, every conversation I'm having is telling me that you're in a moment. If this is what you really care about, that this is the moment. Like a year ago, when we were coming back from the pandemic, the number one concern was learning loss. And I talked to a lot of state and district agencies, and right now the number one concern is teacher shortages, that they can't fill their classrooms. I had a meeting with a superintendent in Oklahoma in the first week of school, and he had to reschedule because he was teaching first grade. The teacher shortage is real, and there's a reason it's real, and it's because teachers are underpaid and in a lot of ways underappreciated. And so if this is where your heart is calling, like, you're in the moment, this is it.
And if I can just add, it's certainly the compensation is a huge piece there, but Dan alluded to this as well. It's also the working conditions. It's not having enough adults in the building, so that superintendents are having to come down and fill in. It's this death spiral that we have when we have a teacher shortage. So we're trying to touch that at Teach Start by bringing in more substitute teachers. That's, of course, just one small part of the puzzle. But our belief here is that if we have high quality trained substitutes available to schools, that'll create a buffer in the system so that when teachers do need to take time off, or their kid is sick, or they need to go to professional development, things don't just totally crash and burn. So I think we need more solutions like that are improving working conditions across the school, so the educators who are there can make it through the day, the week, the year, and continue the next year ready to do this work.
Super important. And I think kind of on the question earlier of also assessing competency-based solutions, and really just this shift in the EdTech world of AI and GPT. Any thoughts on how this EdTech ecosystem is shifting with this new technology, and if you guys see it as more of a threat or a treasure, as the question framed? And Dan, feel free to kick us off.
I'm so excited about ChatGPT and the power of AI in education. I think if I think about 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I think that it's a technology that can really help students learn, to help teachers have reasonable workload, to help make things more personal for students, to help the students who are behind catch up. I think it's going to be such a powerful technology. It is going to be very challenging. Like, the next 5 to 10 years will be very challenging because it is such a disruptive technology. It's one that, even if you're spending even if you're following it as closely as possible, your knowledge gets out of date every week as new versions get released and new things come out. And so things are moving so quickly, and I think it's going to be a real challenge for our education systems to adapt as quickly as the technology is changing. I'm really excited to hear that companies like Amira and others are finding really great ways to adapt these technologies into the classroom and fit them into our systems. But I think it's going to, in the long run, have great potential and cause great improvement. But I think it will also be disruptive as we try to figure out how to bring these technologies into the classroom.
Laura, I feel like Amira Learning has been an AI veteran here. So any thoughts on kind of this new wave of AI?
Yeah, it is really exciting to get to be in this conversation. Just like Dan said, it's thrilling. As someone who was having it write Python scripts for me earlier this week, and like it was where, and this is not my strength. You get to see something. Someone who taught kindergarten and was a teacher for a long time is now getting some pretty decent Python scripts. Like that's exciting for me, and it's thrilling to think about kids finding other things that they aren't necessarily trained at or successful at, and get some support from ChatGPT or from other things. But I think Dan said it, with great power comes great responsibility, right? There's great things that can come out of this. We have to all be careful. And I'm going to be honest, I do not envy English teachers right now in 7th grade. I can't imagine the conversations that they are trying to have with students about, digital literacy and understanding, like their role online and what is fair and not, and all of that kind of stuff. So I think Dan said it really well.
I'll just add that, with any technology, there's of course lots of opportunity. My fear, really, with any new technological innovation in schools, is that we lose the focus on what matters most, which is teachers. Any product requires a great teacher to implement it, and so my hope is that our field is able to embrace new technology while also recognizing that we have to continue to invest in our educators, bring in new educators, improve working conditions for our educators, because it'll only go so far as having the right people there in our schools with our kids.
Super important thoughts all around. And that question was from Danson from Kenya, I believe it's now off the screen, but remarkable just how GPT has really hit all corners of the world, of course, and really impacted educators and classrooms all over. And this question is now from Gabi Danielle, and really interesting, kind of once again thinking of the global scale of EdTech, considering some schools have limited access to internet, and especially in some low-income countries. How do you intend to engage teachers in those countries with EdTech solutions? And if anyone wants to start, feel free to go for it.
I think the one thing I would just say at Amira is that we've been surprised at when people, want a solution, they seem to be able to find solutions. We're in a lot of countries that you would kind of consider low income, and government agencies and different people have been able to kind of step up and find the solutions necessary to make it work, to get the Wi-Fi. We're in India, we're in South Africa, we're in parts of Latin America that even we didn't necessarily expect to become big players with Amira. And sure enough, if you want your kids to read bad enough, you'll find a way to get them what they need. And so I think it's just a matter of figuring out, if the school can't pay for it, if the parent can't pay for it, who can help build the infrastructure, the solutions, so the schools can get access to what they need.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'd also just say that all tools need to be to fit their local environment. That's why we go into classrooms to make sure that our tools are actually matching the environment. And the tool that might work well in a classroom with Chromebooks and high-speed internet in the US might not be the right tool for, I once had the privilege of visiting some schools in Kenya where the big initiative at the time was electricity to the schools. Could we get lights and things like that? There was not Wi-Fi, there was not high-speed internet. And so the right tool for those schools in Kenya might be very different than the ones in the US, and that's great. And I think we can share lots of insights, but we should really have folks who are working locally and understand the nuances of the environment to build tools. One of the best education tools that I discovered while I was in Nairobi was one that did lessons for students over text message. And so as long as you had a mobile phone, you could learn, and you could, there were quizzes and things you'd learn. And it was an incredibly popular way for students to learn at home. And it worked with the technology that was there at the time.
Super important. And Dan, I know you started touching a little bit earlier, kind of on the launch of Clever, and just how your perspectives in the classroom really informed and drove to you being a co-founder of Clever. How did your experience as an educator inform this launch and this vision and this execution?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things when I think about starting Clever, it wasn't that I wanted to start a company, it's that I wanted to solve a problem. I was a teacher who wanted really great software, really great technology in my classroom, and trying to solve that problem led me to become the director of technology for my schools. And then trying to solve the problem, that same problem at scale for all the teachers in my school led me to realize there wasn't a solution out there. There was a gap. And first, I tried to fill that gap. I tried to convince other people to solve this problem. I tried to buy things. I tried to talk to foundations to see if they would fund something. And when I realized kind of with some of my best friends that no one else was going to solve this problem, we needed to step in. Only then did we start the company. And so I think the best recommendation I can have for anybody who's starting a company is to focus on a problem. Try to solve it however you can. And if it really feels like there's a gap that maybe only you can fill, that's a great time to step in. And if you've had the personal experience of trying to solve the problem yourself, that's a great way to inform what you should build, how you should build, and who you should build it for. One of the amazing things about starting Clever is because I'd been trying to solve this problem, for years, I knew a ton of people who had that problem, who shared my vision, and those were the first adopters of Clever. I kind of had my community built in.
Wow, incredible story, and really interesting. A question from Maureen Moret, kind of on teacher innovation and in their own classroom. So for the whole group of panelists, what would be your advice to teachers that want to innovate in their classrooms, and what is the best approach to get started when there are so many solutions and products and different approaches out there? And if anyone wants to kick it off, feel free.
Well, I think you're already a step ahead of where I was in the classroom by the time I left, as I was really jaded by all the products that were out there. I was really frustrated and feeling like ed tech had become this massive issue for schools and barrier to helping teachers instead of being a solution. So it's funny that I now work in it because, and for a product I really believe in, but a lot of it was because finally I'd found something that I thought actually would be valuable and meaningful. So I think, first of all, you sound super open-minded. You want to innovate. You're in the right place. I think the hardest part is how do you get through the weeds of everything that is out there? And luckily there are lots of organizations like OWL trying to help you make those decisions by giving you lots of opportunities to hear from different vendors, listen to about different products, kind of compare and contrast. And I think you have to always start with exactly what Dan said. What's the problem that you've got? And then what's going to solve it? So not, I just want to have a product in my classroom. I just want to use technology, but really what's not working in my classroom and what solution looks like it's tied to that problem.
I just want to build on that really quickly and say, find a community to innovate with. I think innovation is a really hard thing to do alone, but if you can find folks who are going to be idea partners, are going to share what they've done in their classroom, you can share what you've done in your classroom. I feel like that's the way to make amazing things happen. At least for me, doing innovation on my own is lonely, it's frustrating, the failures are hard, but when I'm doing it with a group, that's when it's really fun and really powerful.
Fabulous. I mean, I'm just so honored to be on stage with the three of you. Obviously, Jenny innovating and making just education and the teaching path more accessible, and Laura and Dan, of course, you came from the educator seat into ed tech. So just really remarkable backgrounds. And for those teachers in the audience who are interested in possibly entering ed tech, Laura, any words of advice or kind of just notes from your own experience making that transition?
Sure. A couple of things. The first thing, so at Amira, when educators want to come to Amira, they want to learn more about Amira as for working at the company, they usually get to talk to me. I'm kind of like this bridge, which I love. I love teachers. And so it's great for me. I think one of the things that I hear the most that I think is hard for me is that teachers tell me they want to come to ed tech because they want to have more of an impact. And the truth is, my mother was a teacher for 40 years, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to have the kind of impact she had. There is nowhere you are ever going to have the kind of impact you do on lives as you do in the classroom. Really and truly, there's a reason when people say who impacted your life most, they almost always say a teacher. It's an incredible place to work. there are days that I miss the classroom. But if you think it might be for you, there's some sort of like something itching in your heart, a problem that you really care about. It's not surprising to anyone that I work in reading. Reading is what matters the most to me. If you have that North Star kind of itching at your heart, I would just say, start talking to people. To Dan's point about collaboration, there are other people having these conversations. If you can find some other people who are like-minded and excited, you might either find the place that you're meant to be or the problem you're meant to solve to go build something like Dan did.
Super helpful. Dan, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I think that captures my thoughts, so well. And innovation just takes so many different forms. It can be as small as trying a different lesson opener, and it can be as big as starting a company and making that your life's work. And so I think just keeping that focus on what's the problem and what something new that I can try, and having that cycle of reflection. Did it work? What do I want to try next? Those are the key practices to making change.
Super helpful. Jenny, any thoughts on your end?
I think just not underestimating what you bring. I so often talk to folks who are coming from the classroom who are self-doubting and self-undermining about how many gifts and skills they have that can transfer to new work. And so if this is a change that you want to make, enter it with confidence and know that you're bringing so many skills, that teaching is incredibly hard, and you can contribute hugely to the organizations that you're in, as we're hearing from Laura and Dan and the leadership that they're doing, building on the skills they built in the classroom. And so just really trying to hold on to that as you explore what could be next.
Super, super helpful points all around. And a question kind of just getting to the challenges teachers face from Yeha Khalid. What do you think are some of the biggest challenges and problems that teachers face in their work or classroom? And if anyone wants to start here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the primary challenges that our teachers face is that they are not adequately prepared. We're throwing folks in on day one who really aren't ready. And many of them are saddled with just crushing student debt. So they're going through these preparation programs that aren't really doing what they need to become a teacher and are charging them a lot. So that's why at Teach Start, we are trying to help people get real experience. You're working as a substitute teacher for a year. You're learning things like classroom management, behavior management. You're doing that alongside of what we believe is some really strong training to help you get ready to teach. And you're doing that with no debt, so that when you start teaching, it won't be easy. We all know teaching is incredibly hard, but you'll be more ready. So I think one of the biggest challenges here is that we just don't give folks the right pipeline or runway into the classroom. And if we can solve that on the front end, I think we give our teachers a head start into this field and into this career that can be so meaningful.
Super helpful.
I just want to say, I would love to flip that question around, right? None of us are currently in the classroom. And I know many of the folks with us today are. So yeah, I'd say, what are your biggest challenges in the classroom? What are your biggest opportunities as a teacher? We would love to hear those. Of course, we talk to teachers, we have our own ideas, but I'd love to just, ask this audience to share what's going on for them in their classroom.
I love it. Yeah, feel free to chat, and perfect. It looks like lots of really interesting responses here. Really incredible. We'll continue to kind of read your responses. Super interesting all around, and really appreciate you kind of prompting that question back, Dan. Really thoughtful of you. And I guess I'm curious for teachers who, once again, kind of that transition point to EdTech, which, Laura, I really appreciate your kind of framing of the impact teachers can have. But if of course that excitement to go into EdTech arises, what are kind of great first roles for teachers coming out of the classroom? And Laura, I know you also kind of mentioned a lot of teachers on Amira's customer success team, which I found super interesting. So any thoughts there?
Yeah, I think, nobody talks teacher as well as teachers do, right? A lot of what we joke about at Amira is, when I talk to teachers and then I take it all the way over to the engineers, it's like almost like two different languages for the two to be able to communicate with each other, because teaching is just a unique profession that is everyone thinks they know because we've all been to school, and you really don't get it until you're in it. And so what I would tell teachers, if this is the thing that you think you want to do, is looking for those things that that when you talk to other people, they don't seem to get it. That's something you've got, just Jenny's point, like you have something that other people don't have. And so being able to express that and explain that to a company is really valuable. I had a good friend who was a school principal for a long time, and then she went to Disney, and she like went through every single thing that I did as a principal and was like, this is how a business says it. This is how a business says it, so that I could translate, because everything you do in a school is similar, only like you do it with far fewer people and far less money. And you can take it to a company, but you have to learn how to communicate that. And so I think that's really valuable if you're looking to make that change, is to find somebody who can help you change the language to someone who might not understand what a school looks like.
Super helpful. Dan or Jenny, any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think I just want to echo that. The thing I always tell teachers who are interested in moving to EdTech is you have an advantage by being a teacher right now that so many applicants for jobs don't have. You get to use tools in your classroom. You get to figure out what's working, what's not working. You get to build a perspective on what's a great tool and maybe a great company to work for. What's a company that or a tool that has a lot of potential, but it's not realizing it yet. And then you get to bring that firsthand perspective into interviews. And often, working on things like advisory boards can be a great step to getting to know a company better and maybe building some relationships that could help you get a job one day down the road.
Incredible. No, that's super interesting. And another audience question here from Danielle Geraldo Moncada. How can teachers work on computational thinking in their students without exposing them to screens so much? Kind of that classic screen challenge, but also, of course, engaging students in impactful EdTech solutions. Any thoughts on this one?
I'll maybe jump in. I just was at a really fun conference in my where I live in Austin, Texas. Around in Texas, there's this thought of like C3, where computational thinking and computing and also computer programming are three different focus areas. And when I think about computational thinking, that's about it doesn't have to involve a screen. You can think of that as sort of like algorithms or math or test it using precise language. And some of my favorite computational thinking lessons are things like use precise language to tell a robot how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I remember a lesson where a teacher is following the precise language of their students and failing miserably to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because the language isn't precise enough. And that's a really fun example of computational thinking. No computers are involved. It's just a class writing down instructions, sharing them with the teacher who's holding, a knife and a jar of peanut butter and a jar of jelly and some bread. So I think there's a lot of ways, and I know there's tons of great online communities that talk about computational thinking that might have, many more lesson plan ideas. But I don't think that access to computers is at all needed to teach computational thinking.
Super helpful. Awesome. And I guess kind of the last question here, just we've touched a lot on the balance of screen time and one-to-one devices, and also having EdTech solutions in the classroom that solve pain points, but do so really thoughtfully, acknowledging that teachers aren't on mobile devices and aren't on computers, since the important role of a teacher is to obviously engage with the student in the most direct manner. Any kind of last thoughts on just advice for teachers that you have just in the classroom engaging with EdTech solutions, or advice for teachers who hope to kind of shift into EdTech? Last words of advice or thoughts here?
I think the question hits on something that we're hearing all the time at Amira. We took off during the pandemic, so we got so used to doing everything online, all of our trainings and things like that. And now teachers are like, come back, like we want to see you. And so district offices and state offices are asking us to host events and trainings in live in person because people want to connect. And so I just think it's always important to remember that, whether or not it's a technology solution, that, teaching is people centered. And so, try to find a person to connect with. And that's what I would say, is look for those opportunities to spend some time in person as well as in these lovely virtual meetings.
I love that. Jenny, any thoughts on your end?
I think that's right. Building community feels crucial to the work of educators. We know that being a teacher alone in your classroom all day can be incredibly lonely. And so continuing to build solutions that create community for educators, that allow educators to hone their craft, in cohorts, in community. That's what we're about. We bring our educators in as a group. We train them as a group. We support them afterwards, but acknowledging that our educators need to be part of that human community and building supports that provide that.
Super important.
Yeah, first I just want to say thanks for the great and provocative questions, Isa. I'm not concerned if students don't know how to write with a pen. I am concerned about robot teachers, because until a teacher can create until a robot can create the same kind of emotional connection with students, the same motivation that humans can, I do not want a robot to replace, my kid's teacher. My thought for teachers is to bring the world into your classroom. And that might be as simple as hosting somebody for a visit, or that might be sharing what's going on in your classroom with the world via social media or an event. And use your voice. We all need to spend more time listening to teachers, and we need teachers to be telling us what's going on in the classroom and what we need to be working on.
Remarkable. Awesome. No, really appreciate all these thoughts today. I think it's so important for teacher perspective into EdTech solutions, of course. And it was remarkable to just see teachers from all around the world chiming in on kind of their perspectives and the importance of teacher feedback. It seemed like from all corners of the world. So really appreciate it. And I guess I know there's a full agenda for the rest of EdTech Insights today, I believe, with the next panel being, what is it called? Use of technology to support teachers. So obviously continuing the conversation of how EdTech can be supportive of teachers and how we can continue to integrate the perspectives of educators just as we continue to think about new technology solutions. So really appreciate all of your time today, Dan and Laura and Jenny. Just such incredible perspectives all around.
Hi, welcome everybody to the session today on the use of technologies to support teachers. Today, we're going to talk about a very important topic that is happening globally, and that's about burnout. And burnout is causing a lot of teachers these days to retire, to withdraw, and really sort of experienced teachers in particular. Experienced teachers are retiring early in record numbers. A National Education Association survey found that 90% of responding educators consider burnout to be a serious problem. And more than half say that they're likely to leave the profession earlier than they originally planned to. It's a very, very dramatic issue. And exacerbating that is really, it's already a meaningful teacher shortage problem right now. In the US, for example, the Economic Policy Institute forecasted that the teacher shortage could reach 200,000 by 2025, up from 110,000 in 2018. So this is a big, big problem. It's getting worse. More than 3/4 of the US states are experiencing a teacher shortage right now. And this is all happening in a time where teachers are needed the most. US students, as an example, and students globally are struggling with learning loss that have stemmed from the past few years that we've experienced all together. And so today we're going to talk a little bit about what can be done. Can tech be helpful? In a more recent survey conducted by D2L, 3/4 of respondents strongly or somewhat agreed that the effective use of education technology should be a critical component of efforts to reduce teacher fatigue and burnout. And so today we're going to speak with a number of panelists about what they're seeing in the field, what they've seen be helpful, and opportunities for future technologies to come in and help address some of the burnout. And before we get started, for everyone watching, if you have any questions, feel free to post them in the comment section on YouTube or Facebook, and we'll try to incorporate them. And just so we have a sense for where folks are coming from, feel free to start posting where you're watching from there as well, and we'll start to stream that up. So just to kind of kick off, my name is Ian Chu. I'm a partner and managing director at Owl Ventures. We are the largest education-focused venture fund globally, and we are focused on this category and speaking today with a number of esteemed panelists. I will start by introducing all of them, and then we'll dive into the conversation. So we have Isha Jain, a director of technology from Synapse School. We have Joey Hubbard, the CTO, Chief Training Officer at Thrive Global. We have Mary Jo Mata, the Senior Program Manager at Google. We have Matt Kennard, the CEO at Better Lesson. And last but not least, we have Robert Bixler, Associate Superintendent at Orange County Public Schools in Florida. Welcome, everybody. So just to kind of kick us off a little bit, I'd love to just go around the horn and have each of you tell us a little bit more about your organization and your role to set context for this discussion. So why don't we start off with Isha, and then if we want to just popcorn around, that'd be great.
Sounds great. Thanks, Ian. Hi, everyone. I'm Isha Jain. I am the Director of Technology and the Associate Head of Middle School at a TK8 school here in the Bay Area. I oversee technology as well as middle school, and I work really closely with teachers on a day-to-day basis on implementing classroom technology, looking ahead also to innovation and seeing what we can do in the classroom to make their lives easier and as well as more exciting.
Hi, everybody. Joey Hubbard. I'm the Chief Training Officer at Thrive Global. Background, I serve on the board for several educational organizations, one being EduCare, which serves about 30,000 kids in their after-school program in the Los Angeles School District. Our company, Thrive Global, has focused mainly on helping organizations figure out how to take better care of their people. But we work also closely with educational organizations from schools like Harvard and Yale, but to also middle school and high schools, really helping them figure out how to manage stress and anxiety during a time, especially the last 3 years where it's been a big challenge for them. So that's been my role.
I'll go next. Love to hear the Los Angeles reference too, Joey, because I actually sit in Los Angeles. So my name is Mary Jo Matta. I am currently a senior program manager at Google in the what's called Education for Social Impact department. Our department handles a lot of focus on programming meant to bring more computer science education to K through 12 and beyond students across the world. My background, I started out as a classroom teacher, math and science, middle school, which are the greatest grade levels. I support you, Isha. I love middle school. I think it's the best time. And then I moved to EdSurge, where I was a writer and focused a lot on EdTech implementation. But for the last 5.5 years at Google, my focus is largely looking at after-school programs. One of the programs I work on right now, Code Next, is a free after-school computer science education program, and we target Black, Latino, Hispanic, and Native and Indigenous high school students. Super motivated about this conversation. I have a lot of thoughts about sort of the formal versus informal space, and just really thrilled and honored to be here.
All right, Mary Jo, I'll take over from you. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Kennard. I'm the CEO at a company called Better Lesson, which happens to be an OWL portfolio company. We focus on supporting K-12 teachers with robust professional development. And we really like to think about professional development as an opportunity to bring a well-research-based curricula for all of the adults who happen to be in a district or in a school building, with the idea that investing in the professional development and providing folks with the tools to be successful in the classroom is one of those key ways to handle burnout, right? Giving folks the ways and the methodologies and the tools that they need to be successful in their endeavors and to see the results they hope to see for their kids. And so this is a really exciting conversation. I get the privilege of being in a number of school districts across the country throughout the year, and seeing the results of robust PD is a really wonderful thing to see every day, and I'm excited to hear more.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rob Bixler. I'm the Associate Superintendent for Curriculum and Digital Learning in Orange County Public Schools. That's in Florida. We're a school district of just over 200,000 students. I oversee curriculum and instruction, but part of that is also overseeing our digital one-to-one rollout. All of our students in Orange County Public Schools and our classroom teachers have a one-to-one device. And so this is a great conversation because I deal with this topic day in and day out. I was on the ground floor of the rollout when we did the pilot schools of 7. Now we're in over 200 schools. So this would be a great conversation. I look forward to interacting with the colleagues on this call.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, everybody, for that. Let's start at the root of the issue. I'd really be curious to hear everyone's thoughts around sort of what the most difficult challenges in your mind that teachers are facing today that are causing burnout, and really sort of getting underneath some of the root causes here. So Robert, do you want to just kind of kick us off a little bit? I mean, you have 200,000 students,
sure.
200,000 across your school district. I'm sure you've seen a lot of different situations. Would love to hear your perspectives. Sure.
I think, what probably our colleagues on the call will say, the number one complaint they get from classroom teachers is paperwork. It's paperwork that's associated with the job that they do, whether it's working on classroom grades, assignments, grading, teacher meetings, our exceptional education student paperwork. Paperwork seems to be what takes up a lot of their time. And so I think, what we look for, obviously curriculum-wise, are ways to make their life easier, but also those administrative tools that can do the same thing. But I would say right now, the paperwork aspect of it is what we hear the most about. I see nodding of heads, so I'm sure friends there can chime in some more too.
Got it. Matt, anything that you're seeing from your side?
Yeah, I think that, Robert, you're pointing out what I think we all probably know instinctually, but is, worth mentioning, which is the cognitive load that we place on a classroom teacher today is unbelievably high, right? The average school district has close to 1,300 different systems and tools that are being employed across the district. We are managing one-to-one classrooms. We are managing new and better curricula, which is a wonderful thing and should be celebrated. But what we ask of a teacher on any given day, in addition to supporting students, but also administratively in terms of engagement with parents, having to deal with paperwork, it is a lot for them to manage. And we're doing so without providing them with the tools to be successful. And I'll say for myself, I grew up in the world of finance. I had 10 years of someone investing in me to become a professional before they kind of sent me out into the world to go and do that. We often, will say things like someone was born to be a teacher. That may be true. They may have the temperament and the desire to do so, but they are professional like everyone else. And if we really want to see world-class results across the board, we need to invest the time, energy, and effort to give them the tools to see that success. Teachers will continue to leave the classroom when they feel like they are fighting an uphill battle to have the impact on students that they're hoping for. And so I think, Robert, you're pointing to one of those key levers, which is how do we give them the tools to be effective in their job, and how do we really accurately assess their progress and the work that they're doing? It's not just paperwork, and it's not just putting another tool in the classroom. It's really investing in the professional who is trying to do an incredible job and an amazing thing.
Got it. So I'm hearing paperwork and administrative duties as a big source of concern, a big source of challenge for teachers, and not entirely surprising. I think I recently heard similarly in healthcare that healthcare professionals spend 2 to 3 times as much on paperwork as they do in front of patients. And so some similarities certainly that I'm hearing from this discussion. And anything else from some of the other panelists in terms of root causes for burnout beyond paperwork and administrative?
Yeah, I'll say from an independent school lens too, we do actively try to minimize the number of things that teachers have to manage in terms of just that, basically cutting the paperwork from their day-to-day as much as we can. Now, of course, there are things that they have to do, like giving students feedback and assessment and all of those things. That doesn't go away. But I will say, from an independent school lens, teachers are they are responsible for the whole child development. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to that, they're navigating, as it was said earlier, they are navigating multiple different aspects of a student, from social emotional challenges to their academics, to their friendship, navigating all their friendships. And then at a school like ours, where we place a huge emphasis on innovation and a huge emphasis on project work. We are a project-based school. We try to be at the leading edge of things. So when we say, all right, now there's a new tool that's out and we would love for you to try it, then they're like, all right, now I need to adapt my curriculum. And so there's that aspect of things too, of just them. Also, what I've seen a lot of is also teachers trying to bring their best selves in their classroom. And that is a lot of management as well.
Yeah, I'll add just one piece of that. I really love that piece because a lot of the work we're doing with superintendents and their teacher networks is because we are finding that, especially as a result of the pandemic, there have been what I would call increased bad behavior from young people because they lost their skills around how to work and be with each other over the 3 years or 2 years or however long that they may have been missing their school. And I see a lot, especially in TK, I'm curious at what you see here, that these young kids who are joining classrooms for the first time, who did not have a group experience prior to, they were very isolated, and we know why. Their behavior is very different than those that were before them. And I've seen young teachers get very burned out and have lots of stress by the behavior of the change in behavior of young people as they try to navigate out of this pandemic. So I see that be a significant cause of burnout for them. We brought a lot of tools in place we'll talk about later, but it is I think that's been a significant increase in stress for teachers.
I think that's so true, Joey. And I think that it's not just the pandemic that impacted the children that are coming in, the behavior set, but also obviously the the teachers themselves, and many of whom are also parents, are dealing with a lot more, both on the home front and personally, as well as they sort of come into these classrooms.
I appreciate, Joey, you bringing up the pandemic, because I know that we're probably a little over-indexed on talking about it, but the reality is that the implications for education from the pandemic are going to be felt for generations to come. And the first line of defense is the educators, and they're feeling it first and foremost. The amount of learning loss that's happened in the past, couple of years has been rough. And so if teaching wasn't already a really difficult industry, now that we're also trying to navigate the implications of what's happened in the past, I mean, I remember, just to give you a very salient example, that when I was in the classroom, as we all know, standardized testing and, constant testing every year is still something that's very much ever present in public education. And I was a science teacher, but I was asked to stop teaching science in March and refocus on math because my district was so obsessed with making sure that our math and ELA scores were successful. And so not only was I expected to teach the subject that I was hired to teach, but I was also expected to teach another subject. And I see examples of this in the districts that we're working with now. They're trying to combat pandemic loss. They're dealing with a lot of the emotional well-being issues that are still ever present from the pandemic. And then you also have this additional element of constant workforce pressures of, are you preparing kids for the future of workforce development? We work very closely with Detroit Community Public Schools. And the thing that's always shocked me is a lot of these schools want to introduce more computer science into the classroom, yet the resources and the staffing that's available for that there's one person in that district right now who's responsible for bringing computer science to the entire district. One person. And that one person is expected to do that on her own, and then sort of try to bring the teachers in to be the ones to do that too. But they've already got a ton on their plate. So I think it's really a combination of a lot of the rollout from the pandemic, kind of on top of an already intensive workload that for many generations has not been sustainable for your average public school teacher.
No, thank you for that. And I think, it's a lot. Like you said, there was already a difficult job to begin with. There was a lot going on in terms of testing, in terms of requirements, paperwork, and then you throw on the pandemic and the impacts on the students and the teachers all together. I think, Matt, I'd be curious. I mean, you work with a lot of teachers on their professional development, as part of Better Lesson. What have you seen? Like, what have you heard directly from teachers in terms of how their needs have evolved, and how is a company like Better Lesson starting to address those, or what are you seeing just in those direct discussions?
Yeah, no, it's been really interesting to hear the reactions from the panel, and I think that a couple of things that you hear directly. One is, help us use technology to make our lives easier, as opposed to adding to the administrative burden, right? I think one of the beauties, Better Lesson, we use a tech-enabled platform to make PD really accessible to folks, including, asynchronous courses alongside of synchronous work. I think collectively as an industry, what we're hearing from teachers are three things that are really important. One is, the pandemic was rough, but it was rough beforehand, right? And the pandemic in most places has really just exacerbated a set of problems that existed, for decades prior to it. But we've really reached a head in terms of teachers saying, hey, I cannot be successful. If you want me to be in this position, you're going to have to provide me the tools to take care of my own mental health. You're going to have to provide me the tools to better manage the students in my classroom. And you have to provide me with the tools to have meaningful conversations with my kids so I can ensure that they are, to the point that Mary Jo made, being prepared for the future of work. So we can be progressive and thoughtful about what it means to bring in new core curricula like computer science, which, if you're not thinking about right now as an educator, is a really tough spot to put your kids in, because it will be part of the future of work. And so I think, Ian, what we're hearing is, help us use technology more effectively, give us tools that bridge gaps rather than create additional burdens, give us tools that can help us acknowledge the significant gaps that already exist based on demographics of our students, right? And then really help us like get into those key areas of development which we know we have to be able to provide for our kids for them to be successful, which means things like CEUs, which means ongoing education, right, that allow them to build and expand their skill set to meet the evolving needs for kids today. So I think that what you have is a lot of teachers who are saying, we want to do more and we want to help. We need you to step in and provide us with the tools to be successful there. I'd love to hear what other panelists are hearing on that.
Well, I can share from a district perspective, as you were talking, it kind of made me think about, as a district, our role became an interesting transition pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and then after the pandemic, because I was thinking of professional development because it was mentioned. And, pre-pandemic, everything was face-to-face. We would have substitutes. You would come out of the building, you would go to a location, we do a training, you go back to the building. And then the pandemic hit and everything became virtual. We would have large training sessions where everything was via virtual. We'd have parent conferences virtual. We would have, teacher meetings virtual, staff meetings, everything was virtual. And then when we transitioned back, it was, how as a district do we meet the needs of those who actually liked virtual, but also then meet the needs of those that liked face-to-face? And so we're having to learn as a district how to make a hybrid approach to both of those, provide training, more in-time training that may be after hours, that they don't have to leave their classroom to come to do professional development. Although some, we did one of our first face-to-face trainings, obviously when the new school year started, and you thought we had been long lost friends, high-fiving and hugging each other because we hadn't seen each other in so long. So I think these kind of conversations and questions really had, from a district perspective, we had to rethink how we did business. And I don't think it's ever going to go back to the way it was pre-pandemic. I don't want it to be like it was during the pandemic, but it's making us really rethink how we provide support, to your point, support to classroom teachers in various methods and modes that meets their needs now.
Robert, just on that point, I think one of the, and you asked kind of how are we addressing it, the PD day, right, does not need to exist anymore. One of the beauties of what we've been able to see has been a push for folks to start thinking about, how do we use asynchronous tools? How do we use shorter cycle virtual trainings? How do we give folks the tools to be able to have some self-exploration in areas that are focus points for them? But we can really start to personalize PD in a way that we couldn't before, and it's really tough to do in a synchronous, one-to-many, auditorium, as opposed to saying, let's provide real individualized pathways. Let's provide research-based curriculum to support PLCs, right? And give teachers more choice and voice, not only on content, but also modality. One of the things we offer is coaching, but we offer coaching 24/7 throughout the week. So if the time that a teacher and an administrator can do coaching is 2 p.m. on a Sunday, let's meet them where they're at and do that at 2 p.m. on a Sunday, because it's really important to give folks easy pathways to get access to support they need. That's how you reduce cognitive load, and that's how you make it sticky and something that folks really want to participate in.
Yeah, we have a great question here on the screen from Jim Flanagan. He's asking, how can we better use the tools we already have to free up and repurpose teacher time to reduce stress by delivering blended self-paced mastery-based learning? And this is something that we've been talking about as a sector for some time now, this concept of more of a flipped classroom at some level, or blended hybrid notion. Any of the panelists, maybe Robert, have you seen this work in sort of the real world, or Mary Jo or others, Isha? Anything at Synapse going on in this regard that's worked well?
Well, I'm just trying to break this question apart right now and try to really understand what they're asking, because there's a lot, right? As you can imagine, to repurpose teacher time, I think I will say we're one of the very few excited schools who are embracing AI tools like ChatGPT, so that even in terms of like proofreading and things like that, you have to, now of course you have to be careful about what data you're entering into the system, right. But we are one of the few schools who really are embracing tools that save teachers some time. So for example, we're writing reports, right? You have a bunch of reports to proofread, to at least catch the basic grammatical errors or typos, or put that in ChatGPT, make sure that it's proofread once, right? So we are embracing that in terms of, and I feel I want to go back to something that was said earlier. Also, I think in terms of supporting teachers, we at Synapse really value our PD days as well, because it is a time that we think of as community building time for the teachers themselves. So we're all there because we're passionate about what we're doing. We're all there because we enjoy what we're doing, regardless of how stressful it can be at times. And so, but connecting with each other, building that community, really does add value and help with sustainability, talking to your peers, having collaborative time to work with one another, because again, as I said, we're a project-based school, so which means there needs to be a lot of communication within the teaching team to make sure that we're all on the same page. And so we do value. I know I took us back to the previous conversation, but
no, it's great.
But that's just what I wanted to add on that, on what was said earlier.
Well, I guess just to build on that thread for a second, Isha, for Synapse as an independent school, there's oftentimes a little bit more flexibility to experiment a bit on, either project-based learning, as you indicated, Absolutely. Or some of the technologies. What are some of the things that perhaps you've introduced in the last, year or two that you're excited about? So you mentioned ChatGPT as something to sort of support, the teacher side, but what sort of has worked in the last couple of years that is relatively new that you haven't yet seen, say, public schools implement right now, just in terms of scale?
I would say we're piloting a few things. So we're working with a startup that's that's out of Stanford on just like that's designing AI-based lessons and virtual reality lessons for students. They put on a headset. We're still in the pilot phase, so we literally only like some of us on the team have tried it, and so we are. So again, as I said, we want to be innovative and at the leading edge of what's happening in the classroom, and I'm fully cognizant of the fact that we are in a unique situation in that way, given where we are located and the type of parent body and student body that we attract, as well as being an independent school. We have a lot of flexibility. So we are trying out like a few different AI and VR based technologies. I will say the one thing in terms of teacher support that we've had in place, I want to say pre-pandemic, is this. It's not meant for schools, but we use it in our school environment. Is this tool called 15.5, which is basically a tool for like getting a pulse check on, hey, how are you doing? So the school leadership can see how individuals are and where they're at. Now I can see that being replicated with a Google form or something like that, but of course this has more robust features. And so that has stuck around for more than 2 years, and it's really valuable and brings valuable insights to school leadership in terms of, all right, this is a trend we're seeing. Let's talk about this, like why teachers are reporting a certain thing.
Got it. Great. And Robert, I guess on the other side of the spectrum, in terms of a large public school system, what sort of new and has worked over the last couple of years that you've introduced, and also, if there are solutions that you've introduced that haven't worked, it'd be really interesting to hear about those as well and why.
Yeah, I think, it's, in a large school system in a state like ours, the standards-based instruction is what's expected,
Right.
Because we're held to those standards-based assessments at the end of each year based on the course and based on the grade level. And so I think for us, when we began our journey towards one-to-one, one of the things we thought about, because I was on the ground floor of that, and in many districts, a one-to-one initiative is led by an IT department. And at the time, our superintendent said, no, it should be led by the teaching and learning department, and IT will be the ones who help us make it work. And so that's not always, how it's run when districts scale up large one-to-one initiatives. But for us, I think the highlight and success we have had and the feedback we've gotten from our teachers is the rollout of our learning management system district-wide. We use Instructure, the Canvas, product as our learning management system. And at one point, we were the largest user in the entire nation. You're talking 200,000 students,
Right.
200 schools, 25,000 employees, millions of uploads and posts. It was incredible. And then I would think the second thing that we found was successful was our single sign-on platform. We moved all of our textbooks and resources to a single product ClassLink. We called it Launchpad and OCPS. But I think those for us became the game changers to shift from textbook, paper, pencil, instructionally to more online tools that made teachers' lives much, much easier. So I think, we don't have as much flexibility sometimes with academics and standards like private schools do, because of some of the requirements on public schools and the requirements for standards-based testing. But we were able to find other ways to infuse large scale-up products to help our classroom teachers and school-based administrators.
No, that's really interesting, Robert. I think what I'm hearing from you is that a lot of the streamlining of the workflow, it has been helpful. So like you said, single sign-on, just trying to reduce some of that friction that is just kind of happening on a daily basis. And kind of going back to the root causes of paperwork and administrative burden, anything that can streamline those tasks is huge in terms of time savings and just kind of mental stress load relief. I think there's just a couple of things also that between your comments, Isha, Mary Jo, as well, just in terms of, what are the tech tools that could be helpful. And so, there's just kind of automation of, instructional and other tasks. I think the PD comment, Isha, that you mentioned as well, in terms of the community, even though it's not technology, some of the just coming together and sharing and collaborating together, I think is always wonderful from a community standpoint. And then the personalized professional learning, Matt, that you talked about, and kind of meeting folks where they are is, I think, a more modern twist to, like you said, the need for PD days en masse as well. And so maybe there's a mix, between the two, so that you still have the opportunity to build community while meeting people where they are in terms of their own time and work day. Joey, I'd love to hear a little bit more about sort of what you're doing over at Thrive Global, the impact, and how you sort of think about addressing, burnout and what schools are doing and leveraging in terms of Thrive.
Yeah, and again, this kind of ties a little bit into Jim's question as well, which is when you think about PD, right? Most of us are thinking about it from an educational perspective. How do we get better, learn more about our jobs? At Thrive, we think about it more as a recovery tool. Because we as humans, to perform at our best, need to recover. Recovery is the key element to high performance. And often, and what I'm experiencing in relationship to teachers is that lack of time means that they then start to reduce the amount of time they spend taking care of themselves. And so that's the thing that starts to cause burnout. Burnout is, in essence, lack of recovery. It's mental, emotional, and physical recovery that then builds more resilience in the brain, which makes our brain able to manage the stressors of life more efficiently and effectively. When we aren't recovering, and that's sleep, that's movement, that's nutrition, that's downtime away from technology and work, and it's connection with people we love and that matter to us. we start to sacrifice those things in the interest of our job, our burnout rates will go up. That's just the reality of being a human. And so at Thrive, what we've done is we've created a product, a technology product, to in essence help you micro recover. So we think about it as, all of you have very busy lives. There's a lot going on. You don't have a lot of time to add anything new, significantly new to our lives. But in our work, we found that if you can take 1 minute to stand up and stretch intentionally, if you can drink more water, if you can move more intentionally, right? If you can just take a moment to deep breathe in certain ways, those micro recoveries add up to a much more resilient experience throughout the day. And so our platform is really based around helping people figure out what's the thing that matters to me. It might be box breathing, right? And if I box breathe a couple times a day, I'm going to be more resilient because I know I've interrupted the accumulation of stress. See, stress is unavoidable. If you think about what happens in stress is we're in what's called the sympathetic nervous system. Well, 1 minute of breathing can move your brain from sympathetic to parasympathetic, where relaxation is. 1 minute. If you do that, you've now interrupted the accumulation of stress in your day. You may build new stress, but the breaking up of the accumulation is what's critical. So our technology is more around, and we gave it free to all of the LA Unified School District, and we're interested in giving it free to anybody who wants to utilize it as a means of helping you remind yourself what I need to do daily, microstep, to help myself stay recharged, right, to recover. So I see teachers, I saw a pay comment earlier, I see teachers as maybe the most critical component to our world. Wherever you are in the world, your role as a teacher may be the most important role there is. And unfortunately, you probably aren't getting paid commensurate with that. And so I do want you to make sure that in that world where you may not be getting paid as much, you are taking care of yourself. Because if you don't, at some point you're going to have an exit. It just is the reality of recovery. So I see yourself as critical, and more you do that, more you treat yourself as somebody that's really important to the well-being of your family, of your friends, of your students. Right? That holistic piece is important, the better you will be.
Fantastic. Matt, did you want to jump in with a couple of thoughts as well on this topic?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think one of the questions that had come up, or one of the comments, was what happens when technology is less accessible. And I think that's an important thing for all of us to be considering. One of the things that supporting teachers comes down to is how are we creating environments in a classroom or a building that align to the strategic plan, right? Strategic goals. And I think that both Isha and Robert brought this up, right? The idea that we can build community and support is really important, because that support and community often is the difference between someone wanting to try and someone feeling like they don't have a place, or a place where they can be successful. And I think that technology can certainly be helpful, but technology does not need to be the only way that we build, right? Being able to utilize things like phone calls for cycled coaching, being able to think about how we build structures, and we're training folks to build the right types of structures in their school buildings to be successful and in their districts, is really important. And one of the things that we think a lot about at Better Lesson is how do we basically build ourselves out of a job? How do we build the competency at a district level or at a school level where folks have really internalized best practices for having that really well-rounded experience for a teacher that is based in taking care of yourself and taking care of your students? And so I think that we all need to be, we certainly think about it a lot. How do we make sure that our offerings can work in a low technology environment where you may be stuck using just, say, a phone line, as opposed to being able to do an immersive digital experience? That's really where it's important to match both content and technology. what is being taught is as important as the modality by which we express it. And you can build a lot of support for teachers where you are working with that middle layer. And certainly in the United States, at least over the last 10 years, we've seen an explosion in that middle layer in a district of instructional leaders and coaches and other folks. Those are critical resources. How do we think about the low-tech ways of aligning those folks around great curricula and great support for teachers, where we're really saying, hey, if our strategic plan is we want to have inclusive conversations for students, we want to make this feel like a mentally safe and psychologically safe environment where folks can really stretch and learn. Like, how are we aligning that middle layer of support for teachers that connect your superintendents to your classroom teachers and your principals, and all be, reading from the same playbook of how we're going to support ourselves and our students? And I think that's not a technology question, that's really a mentality question, and how we help empower those leaders to really foster that environment matters a lot.
No, I think that's so right, Matt. I mean, I think the technology is one component. It is not the quote unquote answer. The content, as you mentioned, the modality is one thing. The content, the training, the engagement, all of those things sort of come together. Mary Jo, you at Google, obviously, and I think the question originally came from somebody from Kenya, actually. From Google's standpoint, obviously being a very global company, we operate in many types of ecosystems, both low tech and high tech. Any thoughts from your side?
Yes, definitely. In fact, I think it's not even just low tech. I think that one of the things that we sometimes overlook is there are a lot of places that don't have a stable internet connection, which can really affect the way that we implement tech. We partnered with a school in Puerto Rico, actually, this past year, where we were piloting an affiliate of the Code Next model, where, if we provided them curriculum and they, administered it, what would that look like? And one of the things that was really sort of an eye-opener for us is Puerto Rico has a lot of rolling blackouts that happen. And so we sort of had to get creative with the way that we doled out the curriculum. And so I think a couple of recommendations that I have based on both our experiences at Google as well as in my experiences in the classroom is, one, there are some pretty key operational time savers that, yes, technology helps with, but there's also unplugged, as I like to call it, ways of doing it. In fact, in the CS world, there's been this movement called unplugged CS activities. If you're curious, literally Google CS Unplugged, where it's a series of things that you don't need the internet or technology to be able to do. It's all about using just everyday resources, pencil, pens, things like that. And so one really specific example I think of is taking attendance. Taking attendance, when you add up the amount of time it takes for a teacher to take attendance, 5 minutes every day, times 5 times a week, times 4 weeks, times 12 months a year, that time adds up very quickly. Now, there are some apps out there that you can use to take attendance and have, when the students come in through the central office, mark their own attendance. But there's also a very low-tech way to do that, which is you print out copies of the attendance sheets and you have the students self-report. And frankly, I think that's great in a couple of ways. One, you're taking some of the burden away from the teachers. Two, you're teaching the students about the importance of, sort of self-motivation. Nobody checks when I'm at Google if I'm in, I have to self-report my own attendance. And then three, it's something that you can use whether you've got, a strong internet connection and good technology or not. And so the whole idea of, I think, working smarter, not harder applies here. One other thing I would say is, I think the thing that I've noticed about low-tech districts that are still really successful is, and I've heard this echoed throughout this conversation, partnership work. I've really respected a lot what Better Lesson has done. And I think that there's ways that teachers in districts and in cities can create networks where they exchange curriculum with each other so that they don't spend more hours than they have creating curriculum from scratch. That was the biggest time suck for me when I was a teacher, grading and creating curriculum. I shouldn't have done that. Looking back, I really should have gotten smarter about that. And furthermore, teachers are asked to do a lot after school. No, we should not be doing that anymore. Partner with after school organizations. They're across the country. They exist. there were some initiatives after the pandemic of, getting more engagement with after school programs. And I will stand by this. Teachers shouldn't have to do it alone. There are plenty of other people outside of the formal classroom hours that should take up where the teachers are leaving off.
Yeah. Isha, did you have any thoughts on this topic as well?
Yeah, I was just thinking of low tech. And I've often found that if technology, while it's amazing and has its and can make our lives significantly easier, it has to be rolled out correctly.
Right.
So what I was thinking of is oftentimes if something's rolled out in a rush, or if something is not thought through correctly, it adds more to our plates in the classroom than actually helping, right? So it's, oh, wait, I forgot that I have to do this other thing, even though my instinct says I should do it one way, right? Like, so to speak, traditional way. So I think implementation matters in how we roll new technology out. So again, if you can keep it simple, if it's not adding really value to your lesson, administrators or leaders should not be pushing the use of technology for no apparent reason, right? So there should be very concrete reasons why you're using something in the classroom. So that's something to think about. The other piece I will say, and I heard a little bit in what Mary Jo you were saying, and Matt you were saying as well, is that if teachers have agency and if they see the direct impact in the students' lives of what they're able to do, I think that in itself, and so in terms of curriculum planning and things, we see me on the other side of the spectrum, I see a lot of discussion where I can't implement somebody else's curriculum. I have to build my own. And so I do see a lot of that. But as long as there's agency and as long as you are, as a teacher, able to see the impact of what you're doing in the classroom and on your students, I think that in itself is a motivating factor.
Got it. Well, let's hit on one more topic before we wrap. I know we're getting close to time here, but I'd love to hear thoughts on, and maybe Robert, you can kind of kick us off here. How do you measure the impact of these tools after they've been implemented? We've heard a lot about the root cause issues that we're trying to address. We've heard a lot about different types of solutions that are out there, but a couple of years in, what are the markers of success that you've been looking for, and how does that changed over time, if at all?
Sure. We call it academic return on investment. And so we have a process, because my department's also in charge of purchasing resource materials, online materials, intervention materials, along with, the LMS and the single sign-on. And so we actually monitor things like usage, teacher feedback. And
right.
when I first took over, we had products that the district had purchased years prior to me being here, and we kept them because we kept them.
Right.
Because we kept them. And so it was very difficult when I first started to say, yeah, but I'm looking at usage and nobody uses this. So the per student cost is X amount of dollars and it's not being used. It needs to be cut. And so that was very painful in the beginning because it was never done before. But it was an expectation of our superintendent, our new superintendent, that we have to continually, if it's not being utilized, it's not being effective, then we need to move on to something better. And so I think that's been a huge change over the course of the last probably 6 to 7 years. And vendors now know that if you're not stepping up to the plate to provide us what we need to make it successful, professional development support, adjusting your resources also, we need to move on to something that will. And so I think that's been very beneficial, a new mindset of academic return on investment.
Got it. And Isha, just in a independent school setting, is there anything that you're looking for in terms of impact and success?
I think it's similar. I think where what matters is how people who are using it, that is the teachers and the students, how comfortable are they? So being in communication with them, making sure that they're getting the tools and the training that they need. I think if it's being used, that in itself, and people are excited about it, that is a tell of whether something has been implemented correctly and is helpful. If it's not being used, then as Robert said, get rid of it.
Great. Maybe just in closing, and just quick response from each panelist here as a closing question is, if there's sort of one thing that a school or teachers can use or leverage, are there sort of opportunities that still exist for improvement from tools or technologies? What is the one thing that you would recommend and say is this, if you're not doing this, this would move the needle the most? Maybe I'll start with Matt.
I think I would say this: technology is a tool. It's a tool to an end, right? And great teaching and learning starts with a great strategic plan at a district or school or building level. And really what we should be thinking about, how are we using technology to align superintendents and principals and classroom teachers around our strategic goals for our students? And how are we holding ourselves accountable to that? Technology is a great tool for facilitation, whether it's high tech or low tech, right? But really no longer thinking of technology as an end to itself, but really thinking of it as a facilitation means to a great outcome, which is students who walk out of our classrooms prepared to live a happy and fulfilling life based on the things they want to do with the skills that they've been able to demonstrate and earn. All right. And I think when we keep that as our North Star, it's funny how a lot of these things then start to align around getting folks moving in the same direction.
Great. Joey, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, he nailed it. I think technology is beauty or it's the beast. And usage and efficacy, right, are critical in relationship to it being beauty. And as long as it drives, well-being, more productivity, reduced time, energy, labor, all those things, and I think it's extremely valuable. Whenever it becomes a burden, it's just more to do. And so I really love what Robert said. It's like, let's get in there and figure out what's helping, and whatever's not, please clean it out, because it only is adding burden to the workload that teachers already have.
Yeah. Mary Jo?
I'll say I'm a huge proponent of incorporating teacher and student voice into any decision making. So I don't really have a particular tool I would recommend. I'll just say that before we make any major change in Code Next, we always ask the staff and the students to join us in a design sprint before we do anything. And so I think it helps a ton with adoption and motivation and interest. So I know it's hard because, we feel like we need to move quickly, but when possible, try to capture and integrate student, teacher, and frankly, if you can, parent voice into whatever technological choices are made.
Oh, that's so important. Isha?
In addition to everything that was said, I know you said one thing, but in addition to everything that was said, I think the one thing for me is if we're training students for the future, keeping one eye on what the future is and where it's going, because we're in a shift right now. Things are going to change for the next gen, and so what I will say is keep an eye and adjust expectations if you can. I know it's easier said than done. Adjust your expectations of what you're expecting teachers in the classroom to do. So if like one of the core things is, I'm afraid to say writing, as the need is shifting. Think about how you can better train students for those needs because they're going to have, we all grew up without cell phones, but now we have a calculator for mathematical needs changed. And these kids are going to have much stronger and much more powerful tools in their pockets. So how can we adjust our expectations?
And Robert, we'll close with you.
All right, I'm going to kind of go back to Matthew's comment. I think every organization, school district has, their strategic plan, and in some form or fashion, they talk about operational efficiency. They may have different words for it, but it's about being operationally efficient to save money. And one of the things from a central office that I remind my team is always ask, who is it operationally efficient for? Making my job easier is not as important as whatever we do making the classroom teacher's job or the school administrator's job easier. Sometimes we take that operational efficiency term and we twist it a little bit for our benefit and not for the school benefit.
Well, thank you all for just a wonderful discussion. And then we're at time here, but I really appreciate all the perspectives and insights from so many different vantage points. So really, really insightful and helpful. For our next panel, we're going to be talking about new technologies in the classroom. That's going to be moderated by Amit Patel, who is also an MD and partner at Al Ventures. So looking forward to that discussion. Thank you, everybody.
I was really inspired by what I heard today. We're halfway through the Teacher Tech Summit's EdTech Insights that have been put together by Al Ventures. And I thought I'd just come and say hello. I know there's been quite a few of us online, and I know that we're maybe a little bit fatigued. So I want you all to stand up, shake your hands, loosen your legs, because I promise you that the next two sessions are going to be fantastic in terms of for your own awareness and knowledge as to what is happening in the world of tech. And we have none other than someone who I refer to openly as a legend in the world of EdTech, who is here to join me before the panel he's moderating starts for a very quick conversation. Please welcome someone who looks like a guru today, actually. Please welcome Amit Patel. Amit, how are you?
Good, Vikas. Good. How are you doing?
I'm all right, my friend. And you're aging well. I can see wisdom is what is denoted by white hair on your beard. And so this world of EdTech is not a new thing, right? But you've been at the heart of it for quite some time. You've heard these two panels that have taken place so far. What are your key things that you've heard?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, the panels today have been absolutely fantastic and really, really insightful, really enjoyed kind of what they had to say. I'd say from the first panel, one big takeaway was just like the importance of solving like real problems for schools, right? And how do you actually kind of keep that in mind? How do you make sure you actually get like kind of the user insights, the input from the educators, from the administrators, from what is actually happening in the school, right? And I thought that was particularly compelling, especially given the fact that a number of those panelists had actually themselves been in the classroom. They started out, they tried to solve the problem themselves from a place of like, hey, I'm facing this in the classroom, and how am I actually going to make this kind of better for myself, for my fellow educators, and for my students as well? And then I think, the quote from this last panel that I think really nailed it was technology can be the beauty or the beast, right? And it's all in kind of how you actually did it. I thought Joey was spot on when he said that.
Yeah, the other thing that's really blown me away about today is actually when we host these events, and you've been a partner of ours for a couple of years now for the Teacher Tech Summit, is just the global nature of the conversation. So it's really interesting watching what is predominantly an American panel composition actually being, the panelists are being asked from all parts of the world what they think about the evolution of technology and tools and what these markets are going to be seeing and experiencing. I think that's been really fascinating. So I actually want to ask everyone who's watching, can you just quickly remind us where you're from? So just tell us which country you're from or where you're watching from. Put it in the comments, whether you're on Facebook, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on LinkedIn, and we'll put it up as to get an appreciation as to where you're from. Tell us if you're a teacher, and tell us in particular, of the two panels that we've had so far, what's the one thing that's resonated for you? Because I think that's a quite important thing. We put this together to help make the lives of teachers easier and better. We started the whole series actually as a reaction to all the stuff that is pumped, marketed your way. But actually, I'd rather hear from teachers as to what you're doing, what you're using, what your experience has been. And that's what this forum is for. whilst today we have these great innovators, we also have an opportunity to mix it up by bringing educators from around the world to hear their views and actually exchange views with them. Amit, tell me, we do live in a very busy world. You go to a lot of events, you go to a lot of conferences, and I know next week there's a humongous one that's happening, but we don't talk about that one, obviously. We have this one, which is more global, and we have lots more people here. But what is it that we're going to hear in your panel that is coming up? Maybe preview that for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to preview that. So first of all, it's a great combination of folks that are actually investing in these education technology companies, as well as the entrepreneurs that are starting these technology companies. And I would say the topic that we're focused on, so the title of the panel is New Technologies in the Classroom panel. And it's really focused on these emerging technologies. What are the benefits that they're actually bringing into the classroom to students, to educators, and kind of how are they actually being used, and what lessons have we learned, right? I know the first two panels briefly touched on AI, and that's been like kind of the hot topic of the year, if you will, so far. And I'm really excited with this next set of panelists to dive in there and say, A, how are you actually incorporating that into your product? And then what are some lessons learned from, ways that we shouldn't have maybe incorporated technology into the classroom, and how can we be keeping those in mind as we're thinking about these new technologies that we're creating? And go ahead, Vikas.
No, please carry on.
No, I was just going to say, before I let you ask me another question, because you so kindly pointed out how I've aged well, I feel like you are almost Benjamin Buttoning here for me and reversing. So if you could please share with our audience, what is it that you're doing that's helping you look younger here?
You're so kind. If only my children believe what you were saying, it would take me a long way. But look at all these different comments as to where people are joining from. I've been flashing them up. Lebanon, Egypt,
it's amazing. Amazing.
Jordan. It's pretty significant, the kind of engagement we're getting from around the world, and that shows the interest in the subject. And actually, what I've really enjoyed, Amit, is not this Kool-Aid that often gets drunk about technology all the time. It's actually technology for a reason, and that's what I find quite fascinating about these conversations. Now, without further ado, we have one ritual, Amit, at the Teacher Tech Summit, which I hope you'll remember. The ritual is that we consider you a phenomenal leader in this space. And teachers, by their very nature, given the geographical spread that we have, will never get to meet you in person, right? And so when we used to go to physical conferences, I used to go up to Amit and say, Amit, you're such a great guy. Can I take a photo with you? Right? And so we're going to try something. We're going to try something kooky, actually, which works for us. Is we're going to take a selfie with you, if that's okay, Amit.
And that's perfect.
You need to sit up. I want everyone to take their phones out, flip it around, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to take. I need to flip it around myself. Hold on. So this is my setup. Forgive me the mess. Put a thumbs up. Right. Now we want you all to take a photo just like that. If you haven't already, I want you to go on social media. There you go. And Amit Patel is going to tweet this in a second. We want you to use our hashtag. The hashtag is #TeacherTechSummit. So we want to see all these photos everywhere from around the world. It's pretty good fun. And I hope you don't mind all of you participating in this. It's a global conversation after all. And Amit Patel deserves to be famous worldwide.
Thank you, Vikas. Thank you.
On this note, Amit, I'm going to leave you to introduce your panel. And I know that I'm looking forward to it. And maybe at the end of it, we can have another conversation before the next panel comes.
That sounds great. That sounds great.
So
thank you, Vikas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining today. Really, really excited about this next panel. Really appreciative of Vikas, the entire T4 team, the World Bank as well, who are co-hosting this with us. And as my colleague Ian mentioned, my name is Amit Patel. I am one of the managing directors at OWL Ventures. For those of you that are just tuning in, we are the world's largest education technology-focused venture capital fund. And I am really excited to have this conversation today with this next set of panelists. This panel is called New Technologies in the Classroom. And we're going to be focusing on emerging technologies that have strengthened and enabled personalized learning and made learning more engaging for students and provided educators with exciting tools. And this panel, I think, is going to really shed light on what are some of these new technologies, how are they being used, and what are some of the lessons we've learned from the ever-changing nature of technology. And so with that, I would love to welcome my panelists to join me. And today we have Rebecca Caden from Union Square Ventures. We have Arun Saigal from Thunkable. We have Chris Liang Vergara from Advanced Education Research and Development Fund. We have Ted Kim from Chiron Learning. And we have Charles Wood from Century Tech. Well, thank you very much to the panelists for joining. And just to start things off so the audience knows who's here, would like to start off with each of you telling us a little bit about yourself, your organization, and describing how you are building and supporting the creation of new technologies in the classroom. And Rebecca, I'll start things off with you.
Sure. I'm a partner at Union Square Ventures. We're an early stage venture capital fund. We're based in New York. Our portfolio is really through North America and Europe primarily. We have been interested in how education is evolving, particularly direct to learner education, how technology is affecting products and tools that learners can discover and adopt and use, and some of those then get used in the classroom to enhance experiences. Portfolio includes companies like Duolingo, OutSchool, Quizlet, and a host of others. And so excited to be here.
Thank you, Rebecca. Excited to have you join this. And next up, Arun, go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Amit. It's great to be here and excited to be here with the whole fantastic group of panelists. My name is Arun Saigal. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Thunkable. We are a visual development platform to help people learn computational thinking and learn how to code in the classroom. So we're in over 10,000 classrooms and universities globally in nearly every country. And really, for us, it's about making software accessible to everyone globally. We get really excited about the fact that right now there are so many passive consumers out there taking the apps on their phone and consuming them every day. And our goal is to turn every passive consumer into an active creator of technology and make sure that we're enabling the next generation of creators, whether it's with a cool, social media idea, or to build the next great business, or to just improve processes within their own lives, schools, households, etc. And so I'm incredibly excited to be here today and share more around how we're building the future of software creators.
Perfect. Thanks, Arun, for joining today. Chris, I'll call on you next.
Awesome. Great to be here. It's Chris Vergara with EdTech. And so we are really looking to the future. Where are we trying to go as a country and a society? And what challenges right now do we need to try and solve? So for example, in the United States of America, it's sad, but 1 out of every 3 kids is actually proficient at reading. And so this has plagued us for decades. And so at EdTech, we're thinking, okay, over 3 to 5 years, in terms of research and development, how do we really dig into that to see what's a different way to go at literacy? Because there's new ways, there's new technologies, it's just totally different than when I was a kid or when I was a teacher in the classroom. And so how do we move into these kind of breakthroughs and specifically do it in an inclusive R&D way to bring students and educators, teachers, parents, etc., into that process to try and get these breakthroughs with the incredible range of technologies and the things coming on, but doing it with those we're here to try and serve. And I know we specifically focus on Black, Latino, and students of any race experiencing poverty, just given the historical background in America and where they've kind of been disenfranchised and deprioritized. And so trying to think of a different future and how does the R&D to kind of build these new things really be different.
Thanks, Chris. Glad to have you join us today. And then Ted, you're up next.
Thanks for having me. My name's Ted. I am the head of product at Chiron Learning. And Chiron I'm a former middle school and high school teacher and now working in product. And Chiron is kind of based on the idea that great education starts with great teachers, and students succeed most when they have access to high quality one-on-one feedback. And so we're developing a platform to create interactive video lessons powered by experienced teachers where students can receive in-the-moment feedback based on their responses, as well as encouragement and differentiation to kind of create that safe supplemental learning environment. And we use conversational AI to kind of orchestrate these interactions and then surface that journey of the user through their interactions for potential misconceptions and all those results to the teacher.
Thanks, Ted, and glad you're on the panel today. Charles, you're up next.
Thanks, Amit, and hello, everyone. I'm Charles. You can probably tell from my accent. I'm based in London in the United Kingdom, and I live in a country where a third of our students fail in basic numeracy and literacy at age 16. Let that sink in. That prohibits them from progressing to higher education or indeed employment in some instances. And so for the past 9 years, our mission as a company, Sentry, has been to bring the best in AI technology into the classroom to help support with personalized learning and to provide data insights to teachers so they can use it in an augmentative way in the classroom to provide more timely and targeted feedback and interventions. I was brought on 5.5 years ago to lead our go-to-market strategy after years of research and development and building our initial product. And I've helped grow the business into 56 countries around the world, thousands of schools now using our B2B product. So really pleased to be here today and talk to you about some of the emerging technologies that we're seeing in the marketplace.
Well, Charles, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. And the point that you brought up about AI being incorporated into your solution has certainly been top of mind for, I would say, the broad media. I think AI in education has been widely discussed this year. Also at this event, in some of the previous panels, it's been touched on. So maybe we start right there. Would love to hear from each of you. How are you, for those of you that are actually building the products, how are you incorporating AI into your product? Or for those of you that are kind of investing or funding certain products, how are you seeing AI being incorporated into education technology? And so, Charles, maybe we'll start with you, given the fact that you already highlighted the fact that you've been doing this for quite some time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? We've been banging on about AI for 9 years, and suddenly OpenAI releases a generative tool, and it's the top of everyone's newsfeed, and AI is suddenly in people's face. So it's truly, Pandora's box is open. So in terms of what we're doing, from a very high level, our product identifies students' gaps in knowledge and misconceptions on a learning pathway. It also looks at students' learning behaviors. How engaged are they? Where are they pausing? Where are they skipping? And then it builds up this picture of a child's learning pathway before recommending tailored content and assessment questions across the core subject areas. In a more technical way, what we're looking at is a multi-layered recommender engine that incorporates deep learning models and knowledge tracing that allows us to make more pertinent recommendations. Not just, you've got this wrong, let's send you to this area, but why have you got this wrong? Are you struggling with your mathematics because you are illiterate and you cannot read the questions? There's nothing we can recommend for you in the mathematics curriculum. We actually need to focus on literacy. So it's looking at those really interesting cross-curricular links and learning behaviors. And of course, as an AI company, we're also incorporating it into the way that we work. So we are using generative tools internally. Things like semantic searches really help us sift through the hundreds of thousands of questions that we now have in our platform, or the thousands of videos and slides that we incorporate. But also from a content production perspective, if you're building alternative questions, or if you're trying to write open-end response questions, then generative tools can be incredibly efficient in some of these ways. What we've certainly found, though, is the human in the loop element, and the teachers that we hire are still very important to QA and make sure that what we're putting in front of these young people, the most important stakeholders, children, is fit for purpose and not just from the deepest, darkest recesses of the internet where some of these models have been trained and hopefully sifted through from. But yeah, that's the way we're using AI.
No, thanks for sharing that, Charles. And I guess going from, let's say, a company that's been maybe working on this for a decade or longer, or about a decade, I should say, Ted, Chiron's just getting started. Like, kind of would love to hear from your perspective. How are you thinking about AI? What have you kind of seen maybe are some of the more recent breakthroughs that inspired you and the team there? And how are you incorporating this into your platform?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, when ChatGPT first came out, it was really this shocker, and I think a lot of it was that we were seeing AI kind of being incorporated directly into the student workflow. And ever since then, like we've started to think about how can we, like, what is the best place to start utilizing that? And so currently we've taken a little bit of a different approach where we're utilizing AI to really help interpret what users are saying and doing. And so we interpret what the student is saying, and based on that, we're playing the appropriate content for them and kind of understanding them and meeting them where they are in their learning. And we kind of broke down what is like the teacher's absolute skills in the classroom and what are they doing that we just can't reproduce. So there's a lot of just what they do, their persona that comes into this, relationship that they develop with their students, and really that environment that they create. And so we wanted to really figure out how can we bring expert teachers into our product and empower them with tools to really kind of like supercharge them. And so a lot of what we're doing is we are, one, using AI to interpret students and be able to play the right content for them. And at the same time, that allows for us to really track their journey through a lesson, think about, you know, what did their response really mean here? What are the misconceptions they might have by taking this path rather than this path? And then at the same time, thinking about the generative piece is how can we use generative AI and large language models to really help sort of increase the pace in which teachers and the ease in which teachers can create this interactive content. And so you take a teacher who's got they've got a million jobs in the classroom and they're the experts working with teachers. How can we allow for them to create content where a student from anywhere in the world can access content from a teacher in California or a teacher from anywhere else? And so giving them the tools and the resources for them to kind of quickly create this interactive content that's then going to be accessible to students all across the globe.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate you sharing that. And then Arun, I'll come to you next as you know, kind of a company that is teaching, let's say, computer science and how to kind of create apps to kind of a variety of learners around the world. You know, one of the things that we've heard said about some of this technology is like this idea of like, hey, it's going to create these 10x developers, right? Like it's like going to really supercharge the ability for an individual to kind of manifest whatever it is that they want to actually create into the world. So I'm curious, how are you thinking about that? How's Thunkable incorporating AI into its offering?
Absolutely. I think this is a very exciting time for people who are creating technology, and AI is an incredible assistant in making people move faster and better and smarter. And so for us, there's two ways that we're thinking about AI in our technology. One is making it easy for folks to create apps with AI in them. So if you think about people who are learning to build mobile apps for the first time, now they're able to easily incorporate AI into their apps. So speech to text, text to speech, image recognition, chat bots, ChatGPT, things like that. That's all built into the platform. So as you want to experiment with new AI concepts, rather than for needing to understand how to get the API keys and plug them all in and whatever, you can go to Thunkable and just say, hey, I'm going to drag in, when I take a photo, just do image recognition on it and give me the result. And done. You don't need to worry about how it works. We take care of all of that in the background. Or, hey, I want to have, an app that I can use ChatGPT to give me feedback in real time on something. Great. You can just drag it into your drag and drop interface with Thunkable, and boom, now you've got it. And so I think one of the things that's really exciting is that we've been making AI extremely accessible to a new generation of creators. So not only are folks coming in and for the first time building software and building mobile apps, specifically, which is really where we focus, but now they're able to do so and plug AI right into it seamlessly. And that's, I think, one of the most exciting things for us. And so now, as folks are saying, oh, it should be as easy to build an app as just dragging and dropping. For so long, app development has been so hard. And now folks are saying, oh, it's actually really easy. Same way AI, I think, I have a graduate degree in AI and I've studied this and all this. And people say, oh, do you need to do all these crazy things to understand AI? And now it's, oh no, I should just be able to drag something in and I should just be able to use it as part of my daily life. And I think that's what's so exciting with this next generation. To your point of 10x developers, for them, it's just how development works and how development's going to work. And that's something that's been incorporated into our product that we're really excited about. I think the other piece that I'll share is not only that you can build apps using AI, but we can also be using AI to make your development better, faster, and smarter. And so we've seen over 10 million apps created on Thunkable. And so now we're able to help our creators with suggestions on how to develop better, smarter, and faster. We're able to take our learnings from app development out there. And Thunkable is one of the largest repositories of also public apps. People actually build their apps, and you can share your kind of your source code, if you will, the visual app development projects you built on Thunkable. You can share them publicly, and so using all of that public information, if you so choose to share publicly, we can also learn from that and then make suggestions to you on how you can develop better. And also under the hood, we can constantly make improvements as we do, so that things are always running just a little better, a little faster, a little smarter. They're developed a little more cleverly as kind of things progress. So I think it's super exciting for us because we're able to use AI to make our product and development on Thunkable faster, and then we're also able to put the power of AI directly into the hands of folks building apps on Thunkable.
Great, thank you, Arun. Rebecca and Chris, I'm going to come to the two of you next. I'm sure, similar to me, you're probably hearing, if not on a weekly, then or potentially even on a daily basis, like, here's a new EdTech solution that has AI incorporated with this form. I guess what trends are you seeing? How are you kind of looking at something and saying, hey, this is something that I believe like could be interesting, or this is something that is designed in a way that really takes what the student needs into consideration, and would welcome your thoughts from how you're seeing kind of AI and education start to merge.
Yeah, happy to jump in. I want to name what I love that I'm hearing on the panel. There's a human aspect to all of this, and the role of like human augmentation and the teacher and the student, and like that's so important to get right at this stage, and it's like very front of mind for me and our work. And a quote someone shared me last week, to your point, I mean, like we're talking about all the time, of I think it's called Amara's law of, we often overestimate the short-term impact and we underestimate the long-term. And so ironically, we just wrapped up like a month ago, we had like this sort of 6 month, we call it like a study group around AI to just try and get smart, because where we live is like very early prototyping R&D, and like where could this go? And I would introduce sort of two core things. One is, what is the state of the art, which is what we're hearing now. And I feel like the general public and my neighbor, like now from ChatGPT, are like more aware of like the state of the art and where this could be. And then two, what is the state of equity in the place of who knows how to use this, who is experiencing it. And it's sort of like, I'd say like even myself on like Google Maps, like there's AI and things happening to me. I don't exactly know how it works, but it's taking me in different directions. And as we think about in the classroom, where are students passively experiencing AI? Where are they actively experiencing it? And where are we as teachers and educators, like teaching them about it? So it's not like this magical black box, but they see their relationship with it, and with teachers as well. And the last thing I would push as we think about what we build and invest in is, how are we then preparing people to work with AI? We have a friend of mine, she's a graphic designer, and she's like, I use ChatGPT to like do my social media posts, and another person does it. Like people are already actively using this in the workspace. So how are kids using it in like the learning spaces that they're in? How are we creating that and shaping it and feeling that out and what that means? And then the other points that were raised from goes, how we train this stuff and who's involved is like super important. And so as we think about What's the access? What's the representation? Who has the voice in the decision making, and who benefits at the end of the day? I think that's the one thing that's been keeps me up at night is there's like immediate benefits to quicker efficiencies. But if I know I got a 6-year-old and 11-year-old, I mean, their workspace is going to be, oh my gosh, so different. So how are they prepared to step into, the minute they step out of school, AI is everywhere and they can use it. The minute they step into a project or a job, it'll be there. And so how do we think in that lens for the tools that we're making and creating? Because the opportunity is awesome. But where do we dig into that now in the process of how we do it? So that we know this is really kind of serve all and equip people to use it, then kind of being passive players well. A few major players really shape the industry.
No, thanks, Chris. Rebecca would welcome your thoughts here as well.
Yeah.
Kind of curious what you've seen and what's resonating.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot, as I think everyone is, as people flood the space and try to see how to leverage these tools in interesting ways. What excites us here is that there's a lot of data that one-to-one learning is the most effective way to learn something, whether that's the main way you're learning or a supplemental way, that being instructed in an individual format is very effective to go from interest to knowledge, kind of independent of age, of subject. That's, has been the case. But it's been very expensive to do. So the opportunity to drive value into that system, I think we are seeing at a real turning point where the technology and tool sets are far enough along to significantly drive up the effectiveness of scalable one-to-one learning and drive down the cost. Now, we're not going to drive down the cost right away. Actually, those models that are that good at it right now are pretty expensive for people to build on top of. But over time, we will drive down the cost. And that's really interesting. So we're definitely seeing that, and we're excited about that, whether it's direct to learner, use in the classroom, a mix of the above. The other piece we're excited about is how to drive efficiency into schooling, right? Like when you think about schooling, there's a lot of cost to that. And we want as much value and money and attention to be paid on that intersection of the student and the teacher. But in fact, right now, a lot of cost is in all of the rest of it, in curriculum planning, in grading assignments, in running the school, in all of the logistics. And what we're already seeing and believe can happen is AI tool sets can add a lot of efficiency throughout the system that allows you to spend more on that teacher and to spend on that interaction of how that learning is delivered to the student in the school setting as well. So we're excited about both of those things. What we're thinking a lot about is where the differentiation comes in. You're going to see a huge number of chat interfaces that use publicly available models and connect students to them and allow them to ask questions. And some of them are really, really effective. The new Khan Academy one, ChatGPT directly, many, many others. Things being built on top of platforms that already exist, some to great effect, like Quizlets or like Duolingo and how they've worked with GPT-4. In terms of net new things, though, we're interested in how are they going to be differentiated by really great user experience. How do you package this tool and make it exceptionally fun, exceptionally engaging? Gamification, those feedback loops, make it more than just the tool set of connecting an interface with the student, because we are concerned that those get commoditized pretty quickly. So lots to be excited about here, but I think still kind of more questions than answers on how they become large businesses in the space.
Absolutely, and especially when you're talking about, while some of us have been, as Charles pointed out, leveraging AI and technology for close to a decade, I think, the general public, the kind of generative version of this is obviously very new. And Rebecca, as you said, lots of questions to be answered in these kind of early innings of what is hopefully going to be a large wave of technology. So I'd love to turn my attention towards kind of how do we make sure that we're creating, solutions that are responsible, right? This has been one of the biggest topics of discussion so far this year. And we've seen a lot of different variations of this, right? Like I would say on one end of the spectrum, it's been everything from we're just banning it, right? Like we're seeing countries potentially doing that. We're seeing like schools do that, districts doing that. And then on the other end of the spectrum, it's just like, hey, we can't stop this. Like it's going to happen one way or another. And it's almost like, I don't know what to do. Right. And so and I think there's been other proposals that have been floated, like whether it's self-organization of the industry to kind of get together, whether there's like the government should step in. So as you think about this, like kind of any ideas, how are you thinking about it from your own perspective to create something that's actually promoting learning and that has the students' needs in mind, that has the educators' needs in mind, and any ideas that you have on that front? Anyone want to jump in? Arun, I'll call on you if you would like to, or Charles.
Sure. Yeah, happy to jump in here. I mean, this is such an interesting question, and I think something that we're all wrestling with right now. There's a few things that we've talked about already, which is making sure we're training on the right and equitable data, and actually looking at what are the models we're using, what is the data that we're actually training on, and making sure that we're agreed that we're looking at and training on the right things, and that the models are acting in the way we want to act. Right. I think there's also there's an interesting cultural piece to this, which is just as we grow, how do we make sure that we're building a culture, whether nationally, internationally, whereby we're using AI in the way that we think is right, and that's doing the right thing. And I think this is an interesting, less objective and more kind of open dialogue like this, where we're actually able to talk about it and say, okay, what are we actually, who do we want to be as a culture? Who do we want to be as a society? How do we want to act? And how is AI going to help us achieve that? I think there's so many fantastic things that AI has unlocked and enabled, and there's so many things that had to be done by humans that AI can now do that makes all of our lives better. And that's awesome. We should be using AI to assist us and help us. But we should also make sure, obviously, that it's not kind of used in a poor way. And I think there's many, you can think of many tools that are used for lots of great purpose that could be used for negative purpose. But as a society, we agree that, hey, this is really how we want to use it. And as a result, that's what we've done. I mean, I can take, any electricity, right? We can do so many bad things with electricity, but we decided, okay, we want to give people light. We want to give people, use it to power things, et cetera. And that's mostly how we use it. And the reason I choose electricity is like, it is going to be that ubiquitous. It is going to be something that, at some point is running in all of our houses. Everyone has access to these AIs, right? And so we need to really think about kind of at scale, how do we deal with this? And then when I think about learning specifically, I think what it really emphasizes for us, again, culturally, is like, make sure that, in schools and stuff, we're not only learning skills, but it re-emphasizes what I think has been talked about for a long time. At this point, we're all lifelong learners, and it's more important than ever now to use the education to learn, to be creative and think outside of the box, and to learn, right? To learn how to learn, because I think what we have seen, even in the past few months, much less the past decade, 2 decades, et cetera, and go back to the dub and even before that, things are shifting so fast, and they continue to shift quickly. And I'm not going to be able to even predict what AIs are going to be able to do in a year from now, much less the next 10 years, 20 years, and the lifetimes of these students, right? And so making sure that we're teaching students and encouraging them to learn how to learn, that's what we need to do. Because if you look at a lot of these AIs, they're trained on past data, and so they can only create things based on what they've already seen. But we as humans have the opportunity to do this weird thing called creativity and not follow the rules in the best of ways. And so learning how to learn and learning how to be creative and using the AIs to fill in kind of the rest, I think is going to be more important than ever. Lots of thoughts here, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Charles, anything that you want to jump in with there as well?
Yeah, there's loads to unpack. And I think maybe we're thinking about it in my head, at least in 3 different buckets, right? I think responsibility and ethics is huge. And responsibility and ethics can be anything from the integrity of your data, how that data is being used, how it's protected, how we're informing our end users about their rights around their own data, particularly when they leave formal education. That is a no-brainer for me. And there are brilliant discussions going on at the moment. There's interesting frameworks that are being put forward by the European Union. I know America are also looking at some sort of ethical framework. So that, I think, it's been discussed to death. We don't need to go too far into that. But responsibility ethics also, I think, leaks into how are we using these tools, but which are ubiquitous in certain parts of the world. The International Baccalaureate, for example, has embraced generative tools and says you can use this tool to help you with your structures, to help you with your arguments, to help you with your organization of your essays. But it's not going to write the thing for you that you can then say, this is my own piece of work. And so I think that's quite a forward-thinking approach to bringing generative tools into the formal education space. More forward-thinking than some states or even countries. We've now seen Italy that have just outright banned these tools, and obviously there's sort of data breach worries there. But I think that's really, really important. The second bucket, I think, and Rob, I think you touched on this, the human element. Right, we've got all these teachers, and one thing that the pandemic certainly showed was that after we were isolated for so many months, the one thing kids wanted more than anything was to be back in the classrooms in front of their teachers, interacting with humans. Lots of the laptops closed, lots of the great progress we saw in the utilization of technology diminished slightly. Of course, where we're going to land is this augmentation of good use of technology in the classroom, and that will include AI tools. But if we're not investing in our teachers and we're not investing in educating our children about how these tools can be used effectively, what's the point? You're only going to pitch to a certain segment of society who are digitally apt and are also able to kind of utilize these in the best ways possible. So that's really important. The final bucket, which is the most important bucket in my views, and I completely get your point about the fact that these things will take time, but equity, access, and infrastructure are going to be key. You mentioned electricity being ubiquitous. Well, it's not ubiquitous around the entire world, right? There are parts of the world that don't have electricity yet. There are loads of people who don't have access to internet or devices, and that completely prohibits them from accessing any of these types of technology. Ted, you mentioned you're from LA. In LA, there are streets where you can access the internet on one side of the road, but not the other side of the road. That's supposedly in a developed economy, right? We're not talking about lesser developed economies here. We're talking about developed economies, world-leading economies that don't have internet infrastructure. So that is hugely important to me. And finally, I think thinking about the cost, because we have this massive gap between children from low socioeconomic backgrounds and children from non-low socioeconomic backgrounds. And actually AI technology has the potential to widen that gap even further, because it's just being accessed by those who can afford it. And ChatGPT is already unaffordable for lots of people at $20 a month around the world. That cost is also going to get passed on to edtechs who are using it to create bots or other kind of generative tools in their solutions. Khan Academy was mentioned earlier. They've released an early version of Carmingo, I think, which is a chat bot. They're asking for donations. It's not really donations. It's a subscription fee because it's mandatory. You can only access it if you pay $20 a month. So I think we've got to be really cautious that, yes, we need to innovate and push ahead, but we cannot widen that gap even further than it already is. And so equity is I think, really important to keep sight of.
No, Charles, that's a great point. And Rebecca, you commented earlier on kind of some of the cost concerns with kind of where the technology is today. I guess Rebecca, Chris, or Ted, anything else you want to add on kind of this topic of how to kind of ethically weave together AI and education?
Yeah, I think the path that cost curve is going to take, which was just spoken about, is really important to focus on, because this has the potential to massively shrink gaps, but there's a strong risk that it starts by widening them and we get stuck there, right? And it doesn't get to the point of shrinking it. And so thinking about whose responsibility it is to make sure we push that along. We've never been great at that, particularly in the US, but I think this is a real moment to focus on it. I'm a believer that, there's a long history of banning technology not working, right? Being a very ineffective strategy in the classrooms or otherwise. And there's no reason to believe here would be any different. A founder recently pointed out the history of the calculator, right? Which many of us have been thinking about given its relevance. And what you see is that there's a period of time of chaos, of cheating and of fear. And then, what does the calculator do? It introduces a lot more white space onto worksheets. Suddenly worksheets change. And instead of, questions and answer boxes, you get questions and long gaps where people have to show their work. And really the concept of showing your work was introduced through the calculator. And I think a question we're thinking a lot about is, what is the AI equivalent of showing your work, right? We all agree that handing in an essay written by ChatGPT is not gonna fly. I would argue very few people out there believe that's like, the inevitable answer. But what is that equivalent? What is that analogy? How can people leverage a tool and also it be clear to anyone who needs to see it where it was leveraged and how it fits in with the students thinking outside of it?
No, those are some go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, no, I wanted to build on this. Such a important conversation. And Charles, when you were talking about, reminded me, like, there was a study on open source resources, free resources in America. And, the promise was like, hey, this is equitable, everyone kind of get to it. And then when you look at the study, who the schools that adopted it were the middle class and affluent ones, because they were aware of them, they had the technology infrastructure, and you were widening gaps to it. Everyone on those teams, good intentions, really trying to do what was right, but it's kind of like when you play it out into the real world, if we're not careful and really intentional, it can really make things even worse. And so I would say, as I think to how we approach this, like, the one thing is to just stop and listen. Even like all of us on the panel, we sit in a certain place of privilege and decision making. And then I just saw the comment in the chat of like the gap between teacher training programs and modern education. Like, there's so many gaps out there. And so where do we stop and include in the development and the research and the creation of everything, teachers and students from the beginning? Because the context down the street here to my one kid's school to the other side of Chicago, totally different. And that co-design piece, I think, is part of the magic on where we start to address this and these parts of equity that we've never been thought about. And even, when we think of like who's building these things, maybe like 15% of computer science identifies as Black, 25% Latino, and over 50% white. And so there's multiple layers to this. Like, where do we just stop, close the gap, and listen? And on the flip side, to the audience and teachers, speak up and be involved. And if you're going to adopt something, ask these questions to who's involved on your team and how can I actually be a part of your team and co-design and shape it. And like, we got to do this together. Otherwise, I think we will have kind of these separate things happening, and then it sort of lands in, and you're like, well, this doesn't fit for me. Or to you mentioned, Rebecca, the user interface and experience, like, it needs to be joyous. It needs to be empowering in like many different contexts, many different languages and linguistics. And so I keep thinking, like, how do we just stop and listen to each other and then start to work together in ways we haven't yet?
I mean, sorry if that's such an interesting point. And
yeah.
Do you mind if we had, I don't know if you know the BET show in London, but we had it here a couple of weeks ago, and your deputy director of US Office of EdTech came and spoke really passionately about this type of thing. And he shared a study, and this, when we think about equity, it's so easy to think about devices and accessibility to internet, but actually it's also about the way in which we learn. He shared a study about passive and active usage of devices and technology. And he found that for less well-off socioeconomic backgrounds and certain ethnic minority backgrounds within the US, they were using devices in a much more passive way, i.e. just completing tasks that were set by their school district. We don't know why that is. Perhaps they're using a shared device and passing it on to a sibling, or perhaps they simply they weren't equipped with whatever they need in order to actively explore as an engaged learner who is exploring the curriculum. That's huge. How do we solve that? We're ed tech companies. I think this has to be a policy thing. It has to be a much wider social movement than simply ed techs trying to provide a solution to something so large and ingrained.
That's a great point. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, go ahead, Ted. I was actually going to come to you where I was going to actually say, the point that Chris just made is like literally the stage that you're at with Chiron right now. It's like you are co-designing with Teach. So I would love, I don't know if that's where you were going, but I was going to come to you to ask, how are you doing that? And if you could share that with the audience right now.
Absolutely. And that to me is probably the most important part, is when we think about educating the user and educating them, that is, yes, very important, but also bringing them alongside the journey. So how do we bring teachers and students to kind of not just iterate for them, but with them? And so we've hit a point where we just hit a really cool point where we have more educators on our team than we have technologists. And for me, that's really exciting because it just shows that, when you really think about who is working with students, the end user and the end goal of this is to serve students and to really sort of foster good learning and positive learning. And the people who work with students the most are the educators. And so how can you bring educators into the conversation? How can you create forums to kind of listen? How can you create space to kind of work with and try things with educators, talk to them, receive feedback quickly, and really think about, if the end goal is better serving students, then we have to do it alongside not just the students, but the people who work with the students the most.
No, I that definitely resonates, Ted, and thank you for sharing that. I want to be cognizant of, we could focus this entire panel on just talking about AI. There's a lot more to potentially talk about other than just AI. And we have a very global audience here, right? And I know many of you have either built products that are being used around the world or kind of invested in them. And we're frankly seeing education technology companies do that faster than before, right? Like, I think, you look back like maybe a decade or two ago, it was like, oh, you're just going to serve this one country, or you're just going to focus on like a direct to school product. And now, almost at inception, you're starting to see a lot of ed tech companies think about, how do I serve a global audience? Or how do I think about not only a direct to school model, but a direct to consumer model as well. And so would be curious to hear from the folks on the panel that are building their products, like, how did you think about that? And then as well as the folks that are kind of investing or funding in the products, like, what do you think about this trend, and why is that actually happening now? And so maybe I'll start with Chris and Rebecca first this time, and then come back to the folks from the companies.
Yeah, to jump in on in sort of, the United States of America is this 50 little countries with 101 different cultures. It's quite diverse around it, and so there's parts of like moving around to different countries, I think, brings a level of respect to the diversity, linguistics, language, etc. to it. Even though we're living in a very kind of Western English kind of setting here, but the United States is going to be over 50% bilingual second language in the next 10 years. Is our education system ready for that? No. Is the training? No. And so I think pushing to that of just like, where are we, as humanity and cultures coming from many different places of strength, but how do you celebrate that for me as a student and also as a teacher? So even, and if I'm a teacher, you come in and I got my 30 kids in front of me times 6 periods. I was a high school teacher. It's an incredible diversity of individuals I'm working with. And so I think in a good way, I think I can push the design and development from being maybe more like a more siloed piece to, from the beginning, if we're thinking multiple countries, lots of different contexts, I think that'll push design in many different directions that normally isn't considered when you're just like, hey, I'm just doing this in my local neighborhood with my core set of schools. I think it creates more questions. But it kind of goes back to like, listen, stop and create those forums and spaces to experience it, to be in the classroom, to see how this plays out. And we look at any other sector, McDonald's in different countries is totally different. Like there's adaptation. And so I think the goal is not adopt this one thing, but how do we adapt it to these many different contexts, and where does it really need to shift? So I think it's promising, but we'll see where it trends. Rebecca?
As a vegetarian, I would love if McDonald's brought some of their vegetarian products from other markets to the U.S. market. So, Rebecca,
yeah, this is one of the thoughts. Yeah, this is one of the places where ideally technology and education can intersect most effectively, right? Because education has long been bounded by the geography you're in. It's kind of structurally constrained to your world, sometimes in a really, really narrow way. And some places are very diverse and others are not. And so when you bound it that way, you create divisions. In theory, part of technology we're excited about are new forms of schooling that aren't so bound by geographical limitations, the ability to connect students and teachers by by interest, by style of learning, by tool sets, et cetera, versus just geography. And that should cross-pollinate a lot of different ideas and introduce diversity of ideas, of styles, of people into the system in new ways. And so, you know, I'm quite optimistic about how this might shift with education.
Thanks, Rebecca. And Arun, Charles, Ted, I mean, Charles, you mentioned you're already serving like kind of a global audience. Arun, I know you at Thunkable are as well too. Like kind of how are you thinking about international audience? When did you think about that, or how did that happen for you? And Ted, from Chiron's perspective, like how are you thinking about that as well?
Absolutely. So I can jump in here, and then Ted, you can go from there. So for Thunkable, we started with an international audience day one. We launched, and I think of our first 20 users, almost none of them were in the same country, right? And this is, you know, I mean, and so it wasn't necessarily intentional that way, that we need to get everybody everywhere. But I think what's cool is, you know, we're at a point in time where we're all global citizens, and the internet has allowed kind of everything we do to be everywhere that the internet is, right? And I think that's it's so cool and powerful. So for us, it wasn't about, you know, we wanted to teach and make it easy for anyone to learn computational thinking and programming concepts, right? Which to me is very similar to like math. Math is a universal language. Sure, you talk about numbers, and you know, you have different words for different numbers in different languages, but the concepts are all the same: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, etc. It's all the same, right? And so for us, we felt like the computational thinking that we were giving to folks was really the same no matter where you were. And then, so I think the global audience made sense to us from day one, just because we felt anyone could benefit from the tools. Now, there are certain things like localizing in different languages and things like that, and we didn't start with every different language. We said, okay, we'll start with, you know, a couple languages, start with English, go from there, etc. But I think that was a huge thing. And then in terms of you know, we talked both about kind of the international audience as well as kind of making products that are both in the classroom as well as used outside of the classroom. For us, actually, we were really excited about making a tool that you can use in the classroom, and then you can use to build a cool app project for yourself, and then you can take into the workplace and actually use in your workplace. For us, it made logical sense that what you're learning in schools and in the classroom should be applicable broadly outside. You should be learning skills, you should be learning tools that you can take and immediately translate. And for us, we went with app development as the way to kind of learn these concepts, because we said, okay, what are, you know, people who have access to technology, what's the biggest thing we're seeing? And we're seeing a lot of folks who skipped the PC revolution were able to access smartphones and things like that. So again, you know, there's still a lot to be done, but in terms of folks who were able to access technology, we saw really great access to smartphones relative to other things. And so we said, wouldn't it be awesome if your first project, your Hello World that you were building, was not some weird thing that ran in a Java environment that no one could really do anything with, but instead it was an app that you could put on your phone, share with your friends, show to your mom, and something you could actually carry around and be proud of. And then take that to your workplace and say, oh, we need apps. I know how to do that. I have the skills. I can immediately translate that. So I think we're in such an interesting world that's global, and such a place where the tools you're learning in classrooms are not different from what you should be using for fun, which is not different than what you're using in the workplace. It's all becoming more and more, similar. And I think the pandemic showed us that people have, home, work-life balance, all that stuff is, hopefully existing, but it's all getting kind of blurred. And so I think, borders are getting a little blurred in that way. What you're doing in the classroom and outside is getting blurred. And so we made a tool that can be used across the board exactly for those reasons.
Thanks, Arun. Yeah. Charles or Ted, any final thoughts from the two of you? I know we're bumping up against time here.
Yeah, one thing, and all of this, I appreciate the trend, and I think a lot of it to me boils down to this is like personalization and differentiation, is that every student has their own individual learning needs, whether they're in the US, whether they're in Kenya, any part of the world, every student learns slightly differently. And you could have similarities between the two. And so when I think about when you go to really diverse markets, what you find out is you learn really quickly that you need to build something that adheres to all of the individual learning needs of your end user. And so kind of when I think about what we're doing at Chiron, it's we are creating personalized learning that meets students where they are. And so, a student in Los Angeles is going to have a very specific need in how they address this topic, whereas a student in a different part of the world may need a different response. And so how do you then sort of understand where students are in their learning and then give them the feedback they need, whatever they're setting, to really help them kind of hone in that understanding of a concept?
Great. And Charles, as our AI veteran on this panel, if I will say,
I just had
any last thoughts from you? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, exporting is that's the area of business which I look after, and we've been on a crazy journey, understanding and learning about these different markets that we now serve, and we're supplying schools as well as directly to consumers. And I suppose there are technical considerations. So certainly, entering China was eye-opening. They have a separate AWS that we had to make sure the app was deployed there, so that the data wasn't leaving and going to Seattle and Washington or Northern Ireland, where the rest of our data goes. You've also got restrictive environments in the Gulf, which is a huge market for us, given the kind of density of international schools in certain cities like Dubai or Doha in Qatar. And then, of course, there are the cultural nuances. Lots of the Gulf states are, if not all, Islamic countries. And so if you're serving content and assessment questions, you have to think about some of those cultural nuances, religious nuances that are taken into account in terms of imagery and language used. So yeah, we've been on a journey, and we're certainly in a good place now to serve any markets, and we hope to get to 100 countries by the end of this year.
Yeah. No. Well, listen. Thank you to all of you for sharing your insights and thoughts on new technologies in the classroom, and it was a fascinating discussion on AI, as well as how do you produce technologies for an international audience. I think Chris put it well when he said, we're all probably going to be wrong in how many developments are actually going to happen in the short term, and overestimate maybe what happens in the long term. I think it's the opposite. Maybe I've heard with I have 2 kids myself, where it's like the days are long, but the years are short. So definitely resonates on both ends. And so thank you again. Really appreciate you being here, and very excited for this next panel that my colleague Malvika will be moderating, and that will be focused on measuring and using your efficacy data. So that panel will be coming on shortly, and really excited for the discussion that she's going to lead there.
I mean, what do you think the key message that teachers take away from that last session was?
So I think one is, like, we are all kind of figuring this out, right? Like, this is a brand new technology. There's a lot of different use cases that are there. There's a lot of different ways that it's getting interacted with. And I would say the way that we will start to arrive on hopefully globally acceptable frameworks is by having dialogue between educators and the folks that are creating these products or incorporating them into the education technology solutions. And, kind of by iterating, by getting that real-time feedback, and by understanding what is and is not resonating, is how you're going to actually start to see this take shape. I'd be curious from, curious your thoughts and reactions as well, and takeaways.
The thing that I think about, and we've been talking about the use of tech in classrooms around the world for quite some time now. The thing that I'm really encouraged by, if I'm being honest, and my natural disposition is to criticize, if I'm being honest. But what happens is when you listen to how far these companies have come along, I think it's quite eye-opening to hear, for example, TED say that there are more educators in the business than there are engineers. I think it's quite fascinating. Someone like a Charles or Century talk about their experiences globally and the nuances that they have to think about. Because for quite some time, there's been this view about American technology being foisted onto others. And here we are talking about, well, we have to understand what's happening. And that's why I'm really looking forward to the next panel that Malvika is going to be moderating. But I think it's really encouraging to see and hear what these quite prolific speakers have been saying and representatives of innovation have been saying. And there is something that I do want to say at this stage, which is what a treat it has been so far, to just the high caliber of speakers and the content that your team at OWL have actually put together, whether it's the moderators, whether it's Malvika and Shreya. Amit, you may have been partially involved somewhere, but to be honest, we're so thankful to you for just the incredible quality of content that is a huge treat for teachers around the world, because we don't get access. Teachers and educators, don't necessarily hear what we call from the horse's mouth. So please accept the thanks of the teacher fraternity around the world. Not that I speak on their behalf, but I certainly feel a sense of gratitude from the comments that I see for everything that you have done. Amit, I know that I'm getting told off. I'm getting told off for taking time. But please know that, and I'm going to hand over to Malvika for the last panel, and maybe Malvika at the end we can come together and say, I want to say thank you to you properly, and also to your panelists. On that note,
thank you, Vikas. Thank you, appreciate it.
Cheers, buddy.
Thank you so much, Vikas. I'm really excited to be here, and thank you all of you for joining from so many different parts of the world. It's been really humbling to just see where all of you are coming from, seeing your engagement in the chat and in the comments, and I'm excited to kind of keep that going as we go through the last panel as well. The last session is kind of on how do you actually use and measure your efficacy data? What does that look like in school districts? How do school districts, educators, EdTech products use this data? And then what do we do with all of this information when we think about learner outcomes, learner engagement, which is really at the heart of why all of us come together to do this work and come together from all different walks of life to kind of think about students more deeply, to have them learn better and actually graduate into this world to kind of have the futures that we all expect of them. So with that, I want to invite on stage all my amazing panelists, Barbara Jenkins, Nicole Boyle, Chris Minnick, Carl. I want all of you to come on stage. I will give all of you a second to kind of introduce yourselves once you're all here. Great. This is great. I have to say, this is a group of like old friends and new, and I'm really excited to have this conversation with all of you. I only said your first names because I didn't want to steal away the thunder of all the amazing work you've done. So maybe we will go around the room and give each of you a couple minutes just to introduce yourself, maybe name, role, and just set the stage for this conversation. Barbara, maybe we'll start with you.
Certainly. Thank you for this time on the panel with such esteemed colleagues. I'm Barbara Jenkins, retired superintendent from Orange County Public Schools in Orlando, Florida and vicinity. About 210,000 students, 8th largest in the US, but certainly a very diverse population. Students speak over 112 different languages and dialects. About 77% come from backgrounds with poverty engagement for their family, and I was delighted to be their superintendent for 10 years. Currently work with another organization called Chiefs for Change and the Broad organization to help coach up-and-coming superintendents.
Thank you so much. Carl, maybe I'll move to you next. I can actually hear you. Cannot.
How about now?
Yes, perfect.
Fantastic. 3 different mute buttons and only one works. I feel like, a paper plate amongst a bunch of fine china, but I'm excited to be on the panel. Thanks, Malvika. Carl Rectanis. I was a teacher and administrator here and overseas, but about 8 years ago, launched my 4th successful education innovation organization called Learn Platform. Learn Platform is used by school districts, states, and now providers to manage all of their ed tech and analyze if it's actually helping students learn, and in which situations it appears to be addressing their core outcomes, whether those are, operational outcomes, student outcomes, obviously, equitable achievement, financial return on investment, et cetera. We are launched as a research-based for-benefit organization, equipping districts, states, and now providers to be able to build their evidence, share it at the speed of decision-making, not the speed of traditional research, and we see billions of data points a week on what's being used, how it's used, how educators feel about it, and in which situations it appears to be having the most effects. Earlier, or I guess at the end of last year, Learn Platform was acquired by Instructure, the maker of Canvas, as well as a leader in mastery and other assessment and work, broadly. And so now, not only do I lead the work at Learn Platform, but drive strategy for K-12 strategy at Instructure, and we're in the midst of integration as that happens now as well. Excited to be here today.
I have lots of questions for you, but I'll hold off. And Nicole, maybe I'll go over to you.
Thanks, Malvika. I'm Nicole Boyle, and I'm a Regional Vice President of Customer Success at Newsela. Newsela is, for those of you that are not familiar, an instructional content platform. We take all different types of content and we make it available at different reading levels so that teachers can use it with their students, and it's super inclusive so that all students can read and engage with the same article, but they can do it at the level that's right for them. In addition to that, it does provide some real-time insights and data, and as I was chatting with my colleagues here, esteemed colleagues, I'm also very honored to be on this panel. Before we got started today, we were talking a little bit about how often we're getting questions right now about that data and what educators should be doing with it and what it means. And so I'm really excited to dig into that with this group today and with our audience as well.
Amazing. And before I turn it over to Chris, I will also add that Nicole has a 6-week-old baby. And so I'm actually amazed that she's sitting here having this conversation with us. But yeah, I pulled her into this. I'm really grateful for your time. But Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, that's impressive, Nicole. I don't know how much sleep you're operating under. But yeah, hi, I'm Chris Minnick. Yeah, there you go. I'm Chris Minnick. I'm the CEO of NWEA. We are a national organization that provides assessments in the United States and 145 countries across the world. We are primarily used for the efficacy data. So I think that's why I've been asked to come to this conversation. And many of our school districts and school divisions use our data to track their success or look at the data to determine how they move forward. And so we're in a time of transition. We've recently joined Houghton Mifflin Harcourt and are beginning a connection process into their curriculum tools. We do think that combining assessment data with curriculum is the direction that most districts in the United States are going, but also we see it as a trend internationally as well. So happy to talk about either of those things and excited for the conversation. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chris. And we have a very, very international audience. So I think they'll really appreciate sort of the international perspective that we can all kind of help bring to this conversation as well. Nicole, maybe I'll turn to you since you kind of already referenced this. You mentioned that given the data that Newsela is collecting, you're getting a lot of questions right now. Would love to hear maybe tactically, what are some of those questions that you're hearing right now? And I know just from knowing you personally, you've worn several hats. You were an educator. You're now at Newsela doing this work. What are questions that you're getting asked, but also what are some of the questions that you wish you were getting asked of the data that Newsela serves today?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, educators have always been looking at data, right? Like you mentioned that I'm a former educator, and I think when I used to sit and look at data, it was like a measurement of one moment in time. And I think some of the biggest changes that we've seen, especially over the last 2 years, are these real-time insights. But the challenge is that these real-time insights are coming from all these different platforms. And so it's kind of like, what do all those real-time insights actually mean? What do I do with them, right? And ultimately, what story are they there to tell? And so I think there's a lot of conversations around students are behind because of everything that happened with the pandemic, right? But what are they behind in? What's the real gap? And how can you use the different data points that you're seeing across the different platforms to put together the whole story of that student? And I think the questions that we're hearing a lot are, what can your data do? And our question kind of back is, well, what else do you have, right? Because really with all these programs that were purchased and different resources that educators have at their fingertips now, what like, what do you want to get? Like, what do you want to learn, right? And so like there could be an insight that's from, for example, like Newsela is a pretty literacy-based program, right? But there could be an insight from a math program that's actually going to tell you the same thing or a little bit more about that student that you're seeing in the literacy data as well. So I think what we're and look at the trends. Oh, sorry. Did I cut out?
No, you're
for a
back.
second?
You're back.
Look at the trends across that data as opposed to looking at just that one moment in time. I think that's kind of been one of the biggest shifts in the conversation, and a way that we're partnering with districts to figure out what the next steps for that specific district are. I also think we're really getting away from a like one size fits all, right? It's not like one program fits everybody. It's not like one way of using the data fits everybody. Like it needs to be a conversation. You need to learn, like, look at your student population, look at your resources, look at your data, and pull all those together to figure out both your learners and what teaching strategies you want to start to implement moving forward. Did that answer your question? That was a lot.
Yes, that was great. I imagine everybody has sort of several comments because you all kind of hold different positions into this. Maybe I'll turn to Carl and Barbara next and maybe pull you into this conversation. Given, Carl, I mean, you've sort of done this work. This is the conversation that you were doing at Learn Platform every single day. What do educators need? What do districts need? And then, so I'll start with you and then move to Barbara as well to get her perspective.
Sure. I mean, I think, so when we launched for Contact, we had a mission to help school districts figure out what they were using that worked. And basically, as we activated that mission in 2014, they said, that's great, but could you just tell me what we're using first? Because we don't have visibility to it yet. And so that gave rise to our inventory dashboard and the tools that school districts now serving about 10 million students use to have a dashboard. And just to put this in context, I know this is an international audience. I was born in the Middle East. I've done a lot of work internationally. I can't say how critical context is. Most of our work has been in the US, so I'm going to speak to that a little bit first. And then if we have time, we'll go deeper. But right now in the US, every school district on average is accessing over 1,400 different education technology tools, digital tools, like Newsela, like like assessments, like the Khan Academies and others, every month, 1,400 every month. We asked teachers last year on average to engage and master over 148 different EdTech products to do their job. There's a massive sort of capacity building that's occurred. It was happening before COVID. It's accelerated since then. But to speak to Nicole's points, and we're honored to get to work with Newsela as well as districts like those that the superintendent has led, to sort of say, hey, now that we know what we're using, how do we equip and activate those for the right students in the right context to drive the outcomes we care most deeply about? And oftentimes those are, one of the things they feel deeply about is their benchmark and summative assessments. So the work that Chris and the team at NWEA and HMH and others do, the challenge has been there's no visibility, right? It's very difficult. Platforms, as a platform, we were able to integrate that data and make that much more rapid than traditional research. What would usually take 36 months to do analyses, we're doing in a few hours or even minutes, and equipping districts to do because they have the data, but how do they safely activate it and help turn that into insights at the pace of decision making for these kids, not kids that look like these kids in a few years. So I think Nicole hits on a lot of it. We're really at a front end right now of, I think, a massive acceleration of use of data and evidence for decision making. And I know that's transitioned and grown quite a bit in the last decade. I'd be interested in Barbara's thoughts on sort of where it goes from here, because to me, it feels like the pace is increasing and there's a general belief actually within education that we can and should have this information. Whereas traditionally it was quite hard and it was nice to have, or hope to have or wish to have, but didn't have it. Barbara, I don't know if your thoughts there.
Sure, a couple of things come to mind. First, there have been tremendous resources invested. And I think both Nicole and Carl touched on it. So much money has been applied, and often it is just dispersed over a wide range of programs and platforms. That's unfortunate. I also think if districts decided on those large ESSER dollars to just divide them up among schools and let them deal with vendors and make purchases on their own, that further exacerbated the issue. We need consolidations. Central office has to be able to view what's going on in schools where there's more expertise, and so that they can actually deal with it. I believe you will see a trend moving, because of all those dollars that have been invested, you will see a trend moving toward return on investment. If companies cannot prove, and I'm not alluding to either of the two gentlemen or the three individuals on the call today, because they have evidence-based outcomes. But if some of these salespeople who got lots of digital technology out there for the masses are not able to actually prove the efficacy of their programs, then you're going to see districts turning away from them swiftly. The unfortunate thing is some of the money has already been spent in those areas. Thirdly, I think there is going to be a significant need and an insistence on assessments that are real-time, immediate, and also providing immediate remediation. Don't just give teachers the data, but make it ease of use for teachers both to see the data, the outcomes, the summative, as well as the formative assessments. And on the formative side, an ability to immediately remediate and help those students. And then lastly, I will tell you, there's going to be a great outcry, because there will be a concern if some of these programs have not actually matched or been parallel with state assessments. Those high stakes tests that are coming will not go away. If they come along and some of these salespeople have made promises and they're not able to fulfill those promises, there's going to be trouble. And I think honestly, in my humble opinion, some of those promises made will not be fulfilled. That kind of accountability is going to push districts more and more towards performance-based contracting, and asking that districts who purchase certain programs are able to pay based on the actual outcomes. I think that's where we're headed, because the money is going to get slim again.
100%. And I loved there was a moment in there when you were talking about sort of real-time actionable insights where everybody was just vigorously nodding their heads, because I think we're all in alignment. And Chris, it would be amiss for me not to pull you into this conversation as we're kind of talking about the combination of formative and summative assessments. That's sort of your world. And so would love to kind of pull you into this conversation and just how you've worked with educators in the past, how you plan to work with them now in this moment, given the conversation we're having around assessments and its role for student outcomes.
Well, I just learned not to send my salespeople to Barbara. So that is one thing that I've noticed here. So that's good. A couple of things. I think Barbara's really right on about over-promising and under-delivering, which has been the history in our space. And so we need, as a group, to decide that, like, what is our North Star? And we talk a lot at our organization about our job isn't just to measure what's going on. It's actually to help kids get to higher levels and show districts that those levels are achievable through our work. Now, again, we're assessment and we connect to a bunch of curriculum tools, Newsella being one of them and some others, but we have to do two things. I mean, the first is create an experience where the data is really driving what the next step is for every student. That assessment without a next step isn't going to help anybody. It's purely performative at that point. You know, and I have 3 kids. 2 of them come home with one of my competitors' assessment every 3 months. And when I look at it, I go, okay, this is great. It's good. It's data. But what are you going to do with this? And so you ask the teacher, we go to parent-teacher conferences, we have a conversation with the teacher, and they go, well, it's just kind of to figure out where they are. And I just like, my wife has to hold me back because we have these conversations. She's like, you just need to not tell them what you do because it's just not helpful. Like, and so you get into these interactions, and I know I'm not the only one where we're doing testing because we've always tested these kids. And what I would tell you, and this probably applies more in the United States than anywhere, The backlash against testing in the United States comes from our own responsibility to not use data to actually inform what's going on in the country. That we do it as just an activity rather than something that is a jumping off point for what's next for the student. And so if I would say tying formative and interim and summative together, it's a great idea, but you also need to think about what is the purpose of why we're doing each one of these assessments. And so I think we have over-indexed on accountability in a lot of places. And I want to be really clear, accountability is very important for the system, but we should only do the smallest amount of assessment possible for accountability. Like, we should get the data and we should be holding schools to a certain level, but we don't need 3-hour tests at the end of the year to tell us how schools are doing. We just don't. And so, and that's probably odd coming from an assessment publisher, because we do publish assessments. So, but I just think the movement will be towards lighter assessments that give better data in real time to teachers and students, and that's going to be the stuff that's going to matter a whole lot more than whatever we do on the accountability side. So I'll stop there. I see Barbara wants in. So good. Yeah.
I was agreeing with you, Chris, and if I can just add one thought. So for your international audience, especially, they perhaps need to understand, in this country, every state has some kind of accountability system in place with end-of-year testing that are high stakes. And so while we may not think it's the best thing for students, we've got to get them through those hoops, over those hurdles, so that they can graduate. Orange County, we have about a 97% graduation rate, which is pretty unheard of. That means you got to get them across those hurdles. Doesn't mean they're always ready for college and career, but if they don't do certain things in this country and in all of our states, they don't get to graduate from high school. And so the high stakes testing, while we may not philosophically think it's the best way to serve our students, it's just a reality that we have to get around in order for our students to be able to graduate and not have another roadblock for their future success. I just wanted to mention that.
No, that's right.
No, that's correct. And I think we all spoke a lot about sort of the role of accountability in data and how, like, what is the purpose of data itself? Barbara, maybe I'll come back to you. I mean, we've had a crazy couple of years, if that's the right way to put it, between everything that's happened in the world with post-pandemic, what has happened just with kids and sort of learning how to reform connections when you're thinking about social-emotional learning, when you're thinking about being back in classrooms, the added expectations on teachers with everything that's coming through with technology. I know you work closely with a lot of superintendents and are sort of training and coaching them as well in your new role or in your ongoing role, I guess. What are some of the challenges that you're seeing today, and how are you asking superintendents and folks that you're training to turn to data? Like, what questions are you hoping that, whether that's in-product data, summative data, formative data, what are you hoping that the data will answer for superintendents today? I think you might be on mute.
Here's the danger. There's so much data being poured into districts until they get to a point of being like deer in headlights. What do you do with all of this data? I would submit, if you don't use that data to work smarter, it's really somewhat a waste of time. So I don't want teachers to be overwhelmed. I don't want central office to be overwhelmed because there's data coming from every direction that they can imagine. I need that data to be pulled together in its simplest form so that it can be disaggregated and viewed from the teacher in the classroom to the central office administrators that are supposed to be helping direct those schools. So the data is critical. It's just this huge deluge of information coming into districts that are making them somewhat confused. So I would recommend that they peel off some of those additional pieces of data that really aren't helpful and use the tools that are available that help them disaggregate quickly and look at where their strengths and weaknesses are so that they can move and adjust their curriculum. It's working with one district. If you know your entire 4th grade or your entire 8th grade bombed on something that was summative in nature, that was formative in nature, but you know it's coming in the state's high stakes testing, what is your plan? You've got to have a plan, or you just got data for no reason. So I want districts to work smarter, not just work harder. You're just accumulating more and more data and trying to get through it all. Work smarter using that data to adjust, course correct in the classroom real time and swiftly so that we can help students actually learn and grow and be able to be successful in their eventual end of year high stakes testing. So I need data that's quickly available, that's simple enough for teachers and central office to use. I need it connected. I don't need to be doing connections and building my own spreadsheets and trying to figure out how one system compares to another. I need there to be simple connections so that it's usable data and that we can do so swiftly. And I have to admit, because I don't want it to be all on the part of the vendors, there's an issue around fidelity of implementation. So I looked at data from another district, and certainly they had hours and hours on this particular platform, should have translated to success. It was not translating to success because nobody was really monitoring what the children were doing. They're logging on, they're not completing the modules. That's really not fidelity of implementation. So I want to be fair that school districts also need to be very strict, very engaged in making sure students are actually doing their modules and completing modules when they're online. Then you have no excuse if the data doesn't match what you expected at the end of the year. But if they're not engaged, if they're simply online and not actually completing modules, for example, then you shouldn't be surprised if there's not an impact on the actual outcomes. The efficacy depends on both some real effort on the part of school districts as well as authentic data-based programs.
100%. And fidelity of implementation should be the phrase that we should all be talking about so much more than we do. Like, you're not going to get data if you're not using the product correctly. And you cannot use the product correctly if it's not built for the context in which it's going to be used. And so both of those questions are so key to the conversation we're having today. Nicole, I might turn to you because I know you've spent years now in the space of professional development, working very closely with educators. How has your PD strategy potentially changed or adapted to this new reality where, I mean, teachers are being thrown into with so much information, so much data, but also re-assimilating kids back into the real world? Maybe there's a component of hybrid that's still happening. They're maybe trying to assess where kids are today based on where they left off maybe 2 or 3 years ago, depending on the school and district. And so curious sort of how professional development has changed from your context at Newsella.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. So I think the first piece is actually just driving home on that implementation piece, right? Like, even before you can get into real professional development and real professional learning and understanding what different curriculum strategies you can use with the tech tools, you have to have implemented the program in some way, right? And I think that's oftentimes people want to jump to, okay, well, how do I do this and this and this bit? Those are all great things, but until you have your students, logged on and they understand how to get in and you understand how to get in, you understand what you're looking at, you can't even get there, right? So I think the first piece is making sure we set, and that kind of goes back, I think Barbara mentioned it earlier too, with like setting expectations in the beginning. When you purchase different tools or you start different programs, this is what it takes to implement before you can even get into the professional learning, before you can get into the data, before any of that. So I think that's an important piece. As far as like shifting professional learning strategies, going back to what we were talking a little bit about earlier, is we're actually having educators bring some of their data to the sessions, right? And so they're telling us now, what are you looking at? And we're helping them see, kind of like as Barbara was mentioning, this is the data that they're getting, whether that data is coming from their district leader or it's coming from different programs, but we're helping them take that time to see what curriculum strategies should they try, in our case, like inside of Newsella, but even across the board, right? Like, what's standing out to you? What's the main skill maybe that your students are falling behind on? And what can we do to partner with you to help fix that skill? And I think in the past, a lot of times we only talked about the data that our program provided, and that mindset has really shifted. So we're now telling educators before the sessions, we're working with district leaders to say, we want your teachers to bring your data. We're going to give them work time on the actual session to look at their story and figure out what are they going to take away and do in their classroom next week, right? Because as Barbara was mentioning, they're getting tons. It's not that they're not getting enough data. They're getting tons of data, but where's the time to strategize around the data? And where's the time to work with their colleagues, right? It's not just like the other 4th grade teachers, the other 6th grade teachers. I think our professional learning also provides that time and space that's oftentimes missing because teachers are just pulled in so many different directions. So we're really trying to provide that for educators and help them see the whole learner, in addition to help them take a step back and look at their own curriculum and make those adjustments in real time, as opposed to waiting for, I think it, I don't remember who mentioned it before, but waiting for like the next big summative assessment, right? Like, let's make those real time changes and let's look at the results of that and keep going, and keep building from there.
That makes perfect sense. And Carl, I'm probably going to jump to you next. I think you have sort of the 10,000 feet view of everything that's happening across so many districts, just given the work that you're doing. I think tactically, sort of what are some of the examples that you have seen today where data is being used well to approach and better understand student outcomes? And sort of what are some of the things that we should be focusing on as best practices in whether the questions we're asking or the data we're actually collecting to have more successful scaled implementation and adoption of EdTech globally, but also US context?
Yeah, I do think we're moving in the right direction, right? In fact, next week, the U.S. Department of Education will release guidance for school districts around the 4 levels of evidence that are outlined in the Every Student Succeeds Act, the sort of organizing law in the U.S. For elementary and secondary education. Those, prior to 2016, and really not until this administration and ESSER, there was no consistent framework for what constitutes evidence. And Barbara had mentioned people would walk in and say, it works. And I would usually say, at what? Like, and for who? And for how much? But there was no real framework. And so I credit the department, and within that law, there's 4 levels of evidence ranging from a basic research-based logic model to correlative comparative studies to quasi-experimental and then fully experimental, that is randomized control trials. And they'll be releasing guidance to help districts and states be more effective and build their capacity to do that. I think that's a huge step forward. But, just to be clear, I mean, Barbara, the superintendent, also highlighted, the regulatory environment, the assessment and accountability environment. Chris mentioned this earlier. And that's such a huge driver. So having those frameworks is really critical. However, I'll give you an example in the real world, right? So large district in Utah, the administrator, over the Christmas break, this is sort of between first and second semester, decided to analyze using Learn Platform, run some rapid cycle evaluations of their math interventions that were going on across about 30 schools. This was a couple of years ago. It was actually just prior to COVID, but ran those analyses on Learn Platform in a couple hours and actually ran it 4 times because he was surprised by what he found and tried to do it a couple different ways. But what usually would have taken 3 to 12 months to do, he was able to do. But when they looked at it, he found a number of things. One, they were having with one of their interventions, they were having an outsized positive effect for English language learners. That is, for students who were non-native English speakers, those students were gaining significantly higher on their benchmark assessments compared to their peers. Their highest achieving students and native speakers were not getting the same effect. In fact, they were a little flat. And so when they came back to, when teachers were back after New Year's, they sat down, they talked with the professional development, and they said they changed the number of licenses they were building. They focused that intervention on schools that had higher populations of English language learners. And they've really focused on what was happening and working for teachers in those areas. They drove their professional development towards that. And they lowered actually the number of licenses they were purchasing for that particular intervention. And they tested 2 other interventions for their highest achieving students then. Just to be clear, that happened like within a week. It didn't happen. And since I used to be an administrator, I was forced to use last year's data to think about next year's budget and the kids that came from that once we could get it implemented in 3 years. That happened for those kids right then, that year. that was meaningful. And that's what I mean by, if you've got the policy and frameworks that both administrators and their partners, like the team at Newsella or at HMH or others, can be on the same page and say, here's what the data is showing us. Let's work on implementation. I need to know in October that implementation is not working, not 6 months after the school year or 6 months after the test was given, right? And that's the real opportunity for us.
And I think an important nuance in what you said is like letting data tell its own story, but not looking for a story in the data already. And I think that's sometimes the confusion that happens with data as well, right? Like you kind of look at data expecting to see what you have already confirmed for yourself. And so it's fantastic that the school kind of took that information and took a pause and decided to kind of reevaluate their strategy without kind of throwing everything out the window, being like, we know what's working, and not actually starting from scratch. And I think sometimes that nuance gets lost in conversation. And I think the work that if the data is collected well, I think it has the power of changing the course of education. And that was a great example. Chris, maybe over to you, just talking a little bit about the future of assessments and data collection as we think about that. I mean, we're clearly talking about data for implementation, data for just-in-time feedback. What do you think the future of summative assessments looks like moving forward from here, especially in today's world where we have to acknowledge that ChatGPT is kind of here in the mix as well, and they're going to do some amount of assessments as well, and like they're on other platforms and technologies, and attention spans are changing. What are some trends that you're already noticing, or what are you hoping for would happen to better serve learners today? Or
Barbara's point that in the United States, we just deal with this regulatory environment where these assessments are required. And so that's something that I don't see changing in the United States very quickly. But I also do think there are ways we can work around it. For that, I mentioned earlier, there's just a trend to lighter assessments. They don't have to be as long as we've made them. We need to be more focused on what we're actually teaching, and then assess that at the time we teach it. We don't need to know if a kid remembers what they learned in fall in spring. We need to do some assessment of recall because it's important for the building blocks, but we don't need to know down to the skills level if they're retaining everything they've learned early in the year, late in the year. And then, so we need to have a conversation as educators about what are we actually trying to accomplish here? Are we trying to make sure every kid remembers every math fact that they've learned? And are we trying to assess that? I think there are some things that are really important for kids to retain, and we should be talking through what those things are. And those are the things that should show up on assessments. They shouldn't be trick questions, for example. Like, hey, do you remember when you did fractions earlier in this year? Now, fractions are really important for your success in 5th and 6th grade if you're taking an assessment in 3rd grade or 4th grade. But at the same time, we need to understand if they know the concept, not if we can trick them with an assessment question, for example. And so that's what's going to change. And in my mind, we will see lighter, more frequent assessments that are tied directly to what's being taught. And I think we will see a movement towards knowledge being the issue we're talking about, not recall. Recall versus knowledge is a really important thing that we're talking a lot about, is how do we build questions that show mistakes so that we figure out whether kids understand things, not whether they can replicate what the teacher just did for them on the board. And so that shift is actually a really important shift in the world of assessment, because we still do too much recall assessment. And that's something that's going to have to change. Now, at the same time, I want guests to hear me clearly. There is a set of knowledge that's really important to exist and succeed in the world. And so knowledge is actually what we're going for here as educators, in my opinion, especially when you start talking about English language arts assessment. Like, we need to build background knowledge. We need to make sure kids learn phonics early so that they can become good readers. Those are all things that are still true, and we can assess it differently than we are right now to make sure we're validating that they've learned that. And so I think that's the future changes we'll see.
Sorry, go ahead.
Malvika, I was going to say, Chris always just piques my interest because he is spot on about what the future should look like. And I think what we could have learned from the pandemic, I neglected to actually hone in on this. I got so passionate about some other issues. What we should have learned from the pandemic, that rather than rushing back to normal, or what used to be, normal is overrated. It wasn't working for all children anyway. So let's stop that notion that we need to rush back to normal. I think we were forced to see new possibilities, and it relates to both the way we instruct our students and to the way we assess their learning. This notion of personalized learning and the opportunity that is before us just cannot be overstated. You used to call it mastery learning, very similar, but here we go in this circle again. We have an opportunity to really move toward individual students being assessed of what they know and should be able to do, and then being remediated, and then being assessed and moving on without required seat time, Carnegie units, as would be the case, and without the rigidness of what we've done in K-12 education for decades. It's an opportunity to move toward more personalized mastery learning and to free up our children to have an ability to move and to grow at varying paces. I think the ESE issue will continue to be a concern around assessment. I think ELL issues will continue to be a concern. And lastly, I believe we are going to have significant concerns around assessing social emotional state of being for our young people, because pandemic did some things to our children that we are still not sure of how to assess. But the notion of being able to stay on top of their social emotional needs real time, and assessing and helping them in that arena is critical as well. The pandemic gave us a free gift, if you will. It's just a matter of whether or not we take advantage of it. And assessment and the way we teach and instruct and seat time, all of that can be positively impacted.
I think I'll just add, we shouldn't waste a crisis, to Barbara's point. And we were talking ahead of time, and your comment about SEL, social and emotional learning, so critical. I think, and I was going to posit to Chris and others here, one of the challenges I wonder about, obviously in practice or lighter assessment as a function of this work, also norm reference and some frameworks that can allow us to have translated, when kids master skills and knowledge in New Zealand, do they really need to take another test for that? Do you really, or is the fact that we're using the Lexile scores, is that valid? When we looked at SEL, we were asked by a foundation to provide some guidance on social emotional learning. There were 135 frameworks in use currently in the US across assessment of social and emotional well-being. It was overwhelming, right? And so I do think the opportunity, the lack of interoperability in the past, I do hope that as we move forward with assessment, that the opportunity to provide some interconnectivity, some sharing of that assessment data, or the mastery information that students gain can be done in new and different and frankly just more connected ways than it has been in the past.
Yeah, can I get in real quick on that? I mean, I guess I would just make a clear statement that I think the winners in the future will be the ones that make it easier on their customers to have that interoperability. And I think I think you cannot sort of build a wall around yourself and say, well, no, my platform is going to do everything for everybody. And so I don't, we aren't being fair to educators I saw a presentation the other day. Some school district had 64 different EdTech tools in their district or something. And I don't even know how that's possible. It was a pretty big district, Barbara, but at the same time, like, I don't even know how that's possible to manage when we as an industry need to figure out ways to make this easier on our customers. And it will actually not only just be good for them, it'll be good for us in the end, because they won't go away from us. They won't have a reason to look. And
yeah,
so,
2 years, you're exactly right, Chris. So on average, post-COVID, in 2021-22, districts were using more than one LMS. They were using more than 70 English and math tools. So core curricula for English, literacy, and math, more than 70 on average. More than one single sign-on provider, which by definition is not single if you've got more than one.
It's double
I
sign-on.
mean, so you're exactly right. And so I think that's why, whether it's, I know, you and the team at HMH and NWEA, the team at Instructure, with Canvas and others, Newzella and others have been early and deep. And until standards is spelled with one S, when we've got some standard, around some of these things, it continues to be expensive. But it's getting less expensive because leaders like larger platforms, you are going to see more consolidation towards, sharing of information in safe ways rather than, keeping it tight.
Lots more head nodding. Couldn't agree more. I know we're coming sort of close to time, and I have so many more questions. I know there's so many topics we haven't even touched, but sort of might want to do. I think there was an audience question that I might loop into this and then also ask for closing comments. The audience question was just, how do each of you think about ROI in the context of EdTech, which I thought was interesting. Like, what does ROI look like for each of you in your context? And then I think the broader question I'll leave the group with is just sort of advice for folks on the call. We have lots of educators, we have EdTech companies. I mean, what is the one thing you want to leave people with as you think about what should we be doing when we think of our data, summative, formative, in product? What should we be doing better? What are we not doing now, and what should we be doing better? Anyone who wants to get us started?
I always have an opinion.
Go for it.
So return on investment, as I mentioned, Malvika, I think you'll see districts moving more and more toward this model. There is actually a mathematical calculation. We were just working with that with some folks in Indiana. The notion that dollar spent, growth achieved, number of students, that mathematical calculation is going to help districts be able to determine whether or not they're getting the best bang for their buck. Spent a lot of money on something, it impacted only 200 students, then it may not be your best investment. You spent a little bit more money, but it impacted thousands of students positively. That's probably going to be the better investment. And I think you're going to see districts getting a little bit more savvy around return on investment and actually being able to calculate. Used to call it program evaluation. That goes out the window during budget cuts. But K-12 is so notorious for just piling on one intervention after another, after another, after another. With the cliff coming for ESSER dollars and other budget constraints, there has to be a measurement of what's really working so we increase our investments there and stop investing in what's not working. And so my advice to vendors especially, as well as to schools, is that you know your data, that you're able to prove there's some efficacy behind what you say you're able to provide for students. And it ought to be solid data that's defendable.
Thank you so much. Whoever wants to jump in next.
Well, I'll just add that exactly right. And I love that Barbara is connected on return on investment. Oftentimes, depending on what part of the organization in the school district, you may be thinking about academic or student outcomes. You may be thinking about operational efficiencies. Are we saving people time? Do we, make lives easier? And then I was a CFO for schools. At the end of the day, the financial return on those investments. And what I love about what Barbara has highlighted, and frankly, was not occurring in meaningful ways, a decade ago, is connecting those and having that conversation at the cabinet level or that level of analysis. Are we driving those students? I think that's exactly right. The thing that I would leave folks to consider as we do this, and I think we talk about within our organization, practical rigor. That is having, you need data, you can do a lot with it, but if you can't you can't do so practically, but have a level of rigor that equips you within that context. You can have great evidence, but if you can't efficiently use it, that's the ivory tower. It doesn't matter, right? And so you need this way to be actionable and effective. We built some rubrics with the U.S. Department of Education outlining the details, how to differentiate between the 4 levels of evidence. And so rather than just saying, oh, they have evidence or they don't, the reality is you're going to start to see more clarity, I think, in the market. They're free on our website. We share this information, and then we're honored and excited that organizations like Newzella and really hundreds of providers are now sharing their ESSA-aligned evidence publicly with a level of rigor and value that's easy for teachers to understand. Not in a way, I mean, I will geek out with an 80-page research paper, but only if I want to go to sleep.
It's not everybody's jam.
Not everybody.
I think that last point that you said is really critical. Also, it like for both return on investment and as like a key takeaway, right? Like, what are your teachers getting from the platform, and what are they doing with it? And I think that it sounds very simple when you say it like that, but it's really important that teachers understand what they're looking at, and they understand how to take the tools that they have in front of them and to quickly adjust their curriculum. And also going back to what Barbara was saying earlier, going back to that notion of personalized learning, like students learn in all different ways. We have this opportunity right in front of us right now, it feels like, to really capitalize on that interconnectedness and bring the tools together for the teachers to make their lives easier and to help students learn in a way that actually works for them. I think we saw some of that starting in the pandemic, and I think we can really build on that. Learners do have different needs, and we should be able to use technology in order to highlight where they need help, but also celebrate the things they're doing great. And I think sometimes even in working with districts, we look at the data and we're looking at all the skills we need to improve on. But what about the 6th graders that are knocking this skill out of the park? You know, how can we make sure we celebrate that as well when we think about things like the whole learner and social emotional learning? Because a lot of our students need that win.
Yeah. Nicole may have frozen again, but I think she finished her thought. So Chris, I'll give you the final word here.
Oh no, I mean at time I don't have a lot to add on the ROI thing. I guess I would just also say, as companies, if we aren't putting the success of our partnering districts and school divisions as the first return on investment, we're going to end up with no return on investment on the financial side, because we just have too much stuff that is out there that is marketed, and it's going to sound like Barbara here, but it is marketed in a way that doesn't back up what is actually going to happen. And so we have to be better as an industry about saying what's going to happen and then making changes if it doesn't happen. We have to be honest about what we're seeing in the data. And so that's how I look at return on investment, is that it's got to be focused on what changes for kids first. And then obviously a financial return is really important as well. So those are the two things we talk about.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think that's accurate, right? Like, I mean, if every year that we don't make a change, that kid is not getting that year back. And so you might make improvement for future classes, but that kid is not getting any better. And so I think that's been one of the critiques of randomized control trials and the way those cycles work, how long the data takes. And I think it kind of ties back to the idea of more quick, actionable data, just so that we can make improvements in real time and support students where we need them, especially in a world that's changing so quickly and so rapidly around us. And the boundaries of sort of school and home are blurring a little bit in terms of what kids and students have access to and what they're learning across all different places. You can no longer kind of bring everybody in and say, this is school, because they still have access to so much more at home. And we kind of have to meet them where they are. Well, thank you all so much. This has been a delight. I have enjoyed this conversation thoroughly. I could have probably gone on for 3 more hours, but we don't have that kind of time, and all of you probably have other things to do. But I really want to take a moment to say thank you so much for joining us. I think it's been a really, really insightful conversation. I've learned a lot from it. I think the audience, the engagement in the audience and the questions were fantastic. Yeah, thank you for spending some time with me today. I'll let all of you hop off, and because I don't know if you're going to hop back on with me, but either way, I did want to take a second. There you are.
Malvika, that was pretty special, huh?
I enjoyed it. It's a topic I can talk about for hours, as I just said.
Yeah, in all these years of attending these kinds of conferences and events, I've never heard such a panel. So this may be a first for me. And I'm very grateful to you and all the different speakers that we've had, not just in this panel, but all the others over the last 4 hours. And I know that you have been a great partner in that endeavor. So thank you so much.
Likewise, thank you to you, the entire T4 team. I know a lot of effort has gone behind the scenes to get everyone together, to get us all in the same room, and to kind of actually think about what it means to bring different stakeholders together. And we've really enjoyed it. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And for everyone that's watching, we have our global showcase tomorrow morning. I hope you'll be able to join us. I know, Malvika, you're in the West Coast of America, and it may be a bit early for you, but you can get it on our social channels later on in the day if you are so motivated to do so.
I will be. I'll check it out.
So thank you all for joining. Thank you to Al Ventures for putting together this most incredible lineup of speakers today to talk about insights from the EdTech industry that I know the teachers on our platform, in our community, have very much appreciated. Malvika, thank you so much. Please accept our thanks from all at T4. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.